Alright, we are back and going to finish up our factory here. I should say finish up the motor assembly, or rotor assembly first, then we'll move on to the motor assembly. Alright, so we got the, what do we get? The iron rod portion is done for this. I'm gonna do a quick run or a quick setup for the oops, we're not doing that. A quick setup for the output of these. So these are pretty much going to be an inline merge set, one to the center, and then we'll get the screws and their belts ran. That's gonna be another interesting, a little bit of an easier run, but still interesting nevertheless. Leave that last one alone. But it still cracks me up. All these assemblers, you know, for, you know, a relatively, compared to some other things, a low amount of output. Alright, and then we're gonna have another merge line. We're gonna pretty much come down this line here. And we're just gonna inline merge it all the way down here. Actually, no, we're not gonna merge it all the way down that way. We'll bring some of it back this way. Because there's no reason, actually, I don't need a merge there. I'm gonna have it come back down this way to do sort of the center. So right here, it'll all merge from the belts. And then I'm gonna do similar to what I did for the similar to what I did for something down there. Similar to what I did for the stators. So I'm gonna have like a dual split system like this. Because this here, that's the output that I will eventually be running all the way down there. Alright, so our output here is, let me see, we are making 4 per minute, and we have 38 of these machines, so 4 by 38 gives us 152. We need 100 of them roughly for the what do you call it, the motor assembly area there. So if I do a 152 and essentially do a 3-way split, loop 2 of the ways back onto itself, that will be our going to the motor side, and then the other 50 will go to a dedicated storage. So we have our merge here. We do a splitter here. These 2 lines will then merge here, and then we're gonna have a smart splitter here, this smart splitter, I guess I could have just done it this way. This smart splitter here is going to basically be any and over, as well as sink in the middle. And then over here, this splitter is going to go to another smart splitter where it'll, and actually I can get these, I got room, I'll let them space out. This here will go to a sink. This here will go to the what do you call it? What's that thing called? Storage. And then we'll put the sink in the middle. So let's go ahead and get a little row of storage set up here. We'll do it right about here, I guess. So we're gonna do, we'll do a row of 5 for this. All right, so this guy will come into here and then loop back on the top, or not loop back, but cross connect on the top. All right, so then let's get our sink set up. And that will go roughly, yeah, we'll put it right there, why not? It's sort of in between. All right, and then we got to put a merge in front of this. Let me make sure it's going the right way, yep. And I'm going to do it right there, just so I can do that. Alright, so now let me get this belt set up here. So this is going to be left over, center any, right none. This guy here will be left none, center any, right over. Alright. And then, oh, you know what? I'm gonna give myself some room there. I actually gotta move this merger. Excuse me. Gotta move that merger a little bit, closer to the sink. Just because I gotta give room for this guy here, come over here like that. So then we'll have this guy come that way, and then this guy come that way. All right, now let's go ahead and get these set real quick. So you I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how this factory does. Or this, not the factory, but this section, this assembly project. And more, if anything, I'm curious to see how long it takes for the iron rods, because of the splitting mechanic we had to do on this, how long it's going to take to actually balance out for the machines to become 100% efficient. Alright. Two more full rows to do, and then... Oh, so actually I do need another one here. Alright, almost done. Last connection for the output. Then again, we've got to do the connection for the screws, which is going to be interesting, but a lot easier than the other thing. Alright, so all the screws will do inline merges down their respective row, then they'll inline merge to the center point here, which we'll probably need that there. Then we're going to do a three-way split, then two segments that way, one segment that way. This double segment here is eventually going to be going to the motor assembly unit down there. This segment here is just going in for storage because you need rotors during the course of the game in general, so and for other stuff. So this is just going to be our overflow rotor stuff for us to take from, and also when it comes to that final elevator tier, we're going to need a handful of rotors, I believe. All right, so now for the interesting one. This here, this is our beast that we've got to deal with next. So the way this is going to work is this is segmented off into five groups, if you will. Feed, which is the one creating iron ingots. Steel plates. It's taking iron ingots, making steel plates, and the steel plates it's making 15, and it's turning those into screws because each one of these need 5. So what's going to happen is each I'm going to be taking I'm not going to be taking them in trios, but it's going to be like this pair, and that pair, you know, and then a single that will split between the 3 pairs, essentially get us to what we need in this, because each pair plus a third of one of these machines here is going to feed one row. So this is going to be some interesting little belt running, a lot of belt running, but should be relatively easy compared to what we just did earlier. I gotta take a look at something here because I don't know which. Let me see here. What I'm looking at. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Let me clear these off here because I noticed these on my interactive map, or that I had ore just sitting on the, or not ore, but I had to redo this belt, and then I noticed on the map that I had what do you call it? Loot boxes. I thought there was 6. Oh, they're down at the corner. So let me just pick up this ore real quick and dispose of it, just because I hate having loot boxes just randomly laying around. All right. And go ahead and get rid of all this ore because I don't need it. All right, so now I'm gonna do this kind of one at a time, sort of. One main run at a time. All right, so what I'm gonna do here, do I have material to put up that? Yes, I do. All right, so this is one pair. This is pair number 2. This is pair number 3. And then after pair number 3, this guy here is our, this is the feed split for that way. So I'm gonna do something weird here. I'm gonna build myself a little arrow. So, just because. And then this guy here is the split for that way. And again, this is just kind of like a little note for me. All right. And then we got this pair here. So this pair here, I can't see because the belt is in my way. So that pair there, this pair here, and then this pair here. That's 6 pairs, and then we have 1 left over here. This guy here is gonna essentially be split between 2 machines. All right. So now, what I'm actually thinking about doing, because this is going to be run at level 2, namely because I have this at level 3, and what's going to these are going to be relatively clean splits. It's going to be a essentially, it's going to look similar to this in that it's going to be a splitter hitting 3, then a splitter hitting 3, and then coming to a core splitter that splits into to each of the triple splitters. So I could have, in hindsight now, I could have done I could have run I could have set these up yesterday. Now what I have to be careful with here is each of these will be at level, actually these are actually going to be at level 1 now that I think about it. The reason being is these belts are going to have to come down this way, and then what they'll do is when they get close to their line, then they'll bump up to level 2, and so these will be at level 2. These will initially be ran at level 1 just because I have to fight with these, all these down the row. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me go all the way down here and start laying out splitters for this, and maybe if I'll get lucky, I'll get a guide. Okay, so it is giving me a guide. All right, so that's good. These two should be side by side with one another. All right, now, so conveyor splitter there. And, oh, Jesus, there's so many belts. It's tough to see. Okay, so that line there, but I gotta get next to this machine off to my right. I can't see because the damn. Okay, so let's learn with that one. I was trying to, when I was doing my initial stuff yesterday, I was trying to. Okay, this guy, sorry buddy, you gotta go. I don't think you're gonna affect my power that much. Okay, I think that's the line I want. All right. And then let me get one center done. Because once I get these initially placed, and placed in the right spot, the rest will actually be a lot easier. Just because I'll be able to use each row's guidelines. The thing is, I gotta make sure I'm on the right mark here. I think that one. Nope, I put it right on the same spot again. And that's too far over. Just cannot get this spot. I cannot hit this damn spot to save my life. All right, there we go. So now that these are placed on that, what I can do is I can go sideways and look at this as a reference point and give myself a row. So my reference point is this line here, and in theory, yeah, so that's good. But yeah, there's so many damn guidelines everywhere. It's tough, and then frame lines. It's a little bit of a pain to see, quite honestly, of where I'm trying to line up. Wait, is that? No, one more. Yeah, wait. Where's my output? Oh, my output's way down there. That's right, that's right. Well, that was way off. All right. So now what we should get, provided all these are in the right spot, which they all look good so far, is now I should get a good cross I should get a good cross or so right there should be it, right? No, God, what the hell? See, it's giving me a guideline for something that's oh wait, no. That one's on me. That one's on me. Because this is offset. Okay. Never mind, my bad. Alright, go do these. See, now this is giving me two lines here, and it's, I don't know, why are you giving me two lines? Why? Only one of them is actually my guide, so the first one, so up, and then the first one I hit. Okay. Now I gotta find where I need to go. So that one there. Okay, that's it for that one. Thank goodness there's only a handful of splitters in this area for this because otherwise this would be a mega mess. All right, let me find out which one we're doing here. Again, you're giving me multiple guidelines. All right, so just look for the guideline one up from that. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to turn off. I'll look at that here in a minute, but I wonder if there's a way to turn off the frame thing. Because while I appreciate it, you know, it's fine for me when I'm, you know, floating above and trying to put down stuff. Well, actually, not all the time. Let me see. Is that an option in the user interface? It's all about holograms. Nope, there ain't. Alright, so now what we're going to do is go ahead and put our drops down to level 2. No, we're not done yet. I forgot. There's one more we got to do, but it's actually a different type of split, or it's just a two-way split. We don't have to go through and do this tiered split, and that is right here. There's our feed hole there, and a feed hole there. Essentially, we're gonna do a split, and these here, oh man, there's so much shite here. These are all, no, they're not. But it looks like these two are center lined on this, so we're actually gonna put, this is gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna put it on the center line here, because that will give me equal distance on that, but I want to put it underneath this, which is, right, so in theory, right there, and in theory, if I look straight down, now if I can take off, let's try to back up, that might be it. No, damn it, he moved on me. Alright, but, alright, so I'll tell you what the issue with the hover pack is. It's the sideways inertia. Because your sideways inertia sometimes just drifts a little too much. And so you can't get a precise sideways thing. You have to like fly backwards and fly forwards to get yourself lined up sometimes. All right, so that there is a little bit different because it's not doing a traditional split. It's splitting between that one and that one. I suppose if I wanted to, screw it. You know what? Just because that split there kind of looks goofy, I'm gonna set it up kind of in line with how the other ones are done. After this autosave. All right, so we'll go ahead and do. I'll mimic it once I can find where I am. Because it's not gonna hurt. I think that maybe, yeah. All right, so we'll go ahead and do it that way. All right, let me go ahead and this is not going to affect the belt run. All right, let me go ahead and finish up these drop belts. Come on, guys. Well, I think next time, if even though having all these power poles down here was great for building the upper factory, I don't know, it made these belt runs a little bit more of a pain. So may have to come up with a different method for doing that next time. I don't know. A few more of these to put in, and then we can connect them to their line splitters, and then we can go ahead and do the actual setup for the screw runs. And then I also gotta get what you call it set up, the motor assemblies. Because I think what I'm gonna do is essentially bring this factory online, or this portion of the factory along with the so the stators and the motors. I think I may just bring it online at the same time. No, because I got going through a splitter for the parts, so we can actually get this guy up and running. All right, so now that part's done, now we gotta let's go ahead and just get these cross belts done for the splitting pyramid of sorts, or whatever you want to call this. Layered splitting in each row, and then we'll get rid of the lower placeholder splitter. A lot of rinse and repeat work in this game when you're making factories and assembly lines. I miss one? I sure did. It's like, there's something not here. And then once we get the upstairs powered on, well, clearing the float poles will be the last thing we do here, just because of how I have it ran technically. Because if you clear the wrong float pole, well then I won't be able to float at all in certain areas, so we'll wait. It won't be hard to clear out the float poles because I'll be literally coming down this way and pretty much all these poles and all the float poles will be going bye-bye. So that guy there is connected, and then this guy connects to that. Okay, so now we can go ahead and clear up all of these. Double check to make sure that belt there's connected on that side and connected on that side, and I see two belts there, good, belt there, and two belts for that split, two belts on that, two belts there, and two belts there. Good, and good. Good, and good. Almost done. Good, and good. Okay. So now, so how this is going to work now, like I said, we're going to do all this at level 3, or level 1. Then we'll run it, and then once we get to a certain point, so we'll run it straight down here, and then we'll essentially have it raise up, then turn into its line. So what we're going to have here is in between these two guys here. I don't know if they'll actually. We'll see something here. Let me see. So we're actually having a merge that's gonna be set up on them. So roughly there, I think. I don't know. And did I even set this up right? No, wrong direction. I need blue facing out. All right. So you guys in the. I gotta get this in the right alignment first. All right, let's do it this way. Up, up, and away. Okay, good. That should be. Damn you! Come on. Okay. So now, let me see here. It doesn't matter, but curious if this will connect. Okay, it will connect. Okay, so that actually makes it good for me. So now I just gotta. We have a guideline there now, so that should give me. Well, we'll see if it does or not. Here, go on this side. See if it'll give me a guide or not. I think that's the guide I'm looking for. I need blue facing me there. And blue facing me there. Skip this one here. Blue facing me. No, not there. In between the blocks. So, there. There. There, and then this is a single, so I don't need to do anything with it. All right, so then this guy here is going to be doing. I'm actually going to have a split here. All right, right on top of him, sort of, and then a split here. All right. That a belt will come off of this and feed into that splitter there. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and get the cross belt there done just so I don't forget it. Because if I do, then, well, let's just say stuff won't get what it needs. All right, cool. Now we'll go ahead and drop our belts here down into their respective merger units. Now I don't know what it's talking about with respects to the you know, I'm kind of scratching my head on why this is showing as yellow. Because unless there's a power cable maybe that's around here, which doesn't matter, but these things here should be actually showing as blue initially, because they're not on the seam. Because if it's on the seam, then it, for whatever reason, they'll turn it yellow. But there's, I'm gonna have to go upstairs and cross my, oh god, heaven forbid it. But I'm gonna have to go upstairs after this and make sure that we didn't get magic double conveyor lifts. Now this guy here, he's just gonna go out at a straight level 2 because he doesn't have to go through any special splitting, merging component. Let me just go over here and check something real quick, because I'm not quite sure why it's okay, I don't see any slippage on the belt line, so okay, that's good. Or on the tubes. Yeah, so I'm not sure why it's actually, why it said that. Oops, too far. Alrighty, so now we're gonna go ahead and take this guy here. He is going to feed into this guy here. Okay, cool, just checking that. And then he will feed into that one. And then this guy here will feed into that one. And this guy here will feed into that one. And then finally, this guy here will come down this row, and I can bow back up a little bit more. So okay, good. We'll get rid of the arrow later. Right, so that should be on the same line as that. So I should be able to just kind of reverse this. Right, that's the right spot. Yep. And actually this here should now just do a clean run into that. All right, so that there is for the screws. Actually, that didn't turn out as bad as I thought it was going to be, quite honestly. I mean, that there was cakewalk compared to the iron rods. All right, so how this works here is each machine, each belt coming here is 260 screws. So what I do is I'm taking 2 feeds, so 260 on that, 260 on that. That gives us, between those two, 512. Or 520, excuse me. And then rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat there, and then same thing, rinse and repeat for those 3 there. Then we have a 260 that we bring down here. It's a 3-way splitter, which goes into each of the 260s. The 3-way split feeds 86 and change, so that gives each merge here having a total of roughly 606. Same thing for this side here. This feeds this splitter, which then sends 80 and change, or 86 and change to those. And then this guy here is just a flat 260. Now each line, we have a 6x6 matrix essentially, with a 2 remainder on the far end. Each line here requires 100 in on screws. We're sending roughly 606, so we'll be good on that. Because we're generating 3,900 from our assembly unit there. Because that's... oh, you know what? I just realized... Wait, are you on? Yeah, you're on. Never mind, sorry. I'm thinking about that one over there. We will be generating 3,900 from this line here. And so the reason why we can't do I guess a more traditional type of splitting mechanic is because our belts are limited to 780. All right. So now what we're going to do for the run is pretty much starting here, working down. This will be the first 6, second 6, third 6, so on and so forth. So we're going to run this, like I said, at level 1 up into the point. Actually, we'll do it this way. So I know where the split is. Okay, so based on that, I'm going to have this guy come over here and turn him so he's going the direction, taking him up to level 2, and then I'm going to have him drop to there, and then he'll run all the way in. So boom, one's done. Second one, let me get my line. So it looks like, and this is actually going to make things so much easier, all the merges are on seams. That's actually going to make this process super duper easy now. All right, so our next seam that we're coming in on is going to be this seam here. This one here may be a little goofy. So what we're going to do is, yeah, actually that's not, well, it won't allow me to build the belt and lift it there, so I have to do this the old-fashioned way, which is find out where it would go, then lift the pole, or build a lift pole, and then connect the belt. And then this is gonna have to be unfortunately a segmented run, but that's okay. Come on, jetpack or hover pack, or oh, that reminds me. Let me do this thing here real quick. So crouch, open this, swap this out. Then I'm gonna come off of this, uncrouch, crouch, and apparently this is supposedly one of the ways to clear that hover jet bug that will idle out machines. Okay, so we have to do the same thing here. I can get over here and hit it. Right? You know what? While yes, you were good and you ran it on the seam, you ran it on the wrong seam. This one here is on this seam. All right, run it till you're red. All right. Now these guys here, because I'm not gonna have this belt run all the way out there. I think I'm gonna run them probably center line. I may actually, for this, have them just go parallel with this one. So yeah. So that's once I find, all right. So this guy here. So to go parallel with that, there +2 to the next line. Because I don't want the belts like way out there. All right, I'm gonna give myself another belt connector here and another belt connector here. This should give me some guidelines, but this one here is actually center line now. So center line on this. Then drop him down to that level. And then you can connect up to that pole there. And then this guy here will be outside. On that line there. And then, oops, nope. You drop down to level 1. And if you can, maybe, okay, cool, you can. Now I can just run all 3 of them parallel on that, and then this guy here, we'll have him run on the seam. I think I need to do, oh no, you'll actually, Alright, so, and actually this guy here is running at level 2 the entire way, so, no he's not, because I still got belts to deal with over here. That are level 2, so we'll just run all the belts parallel to one another. At level 1. Alright, so now the fun part. I'm gonna run them, you know, pole for pole with each other. So since, well, and pretty much kind of have to, since they are all what you call it. Well, see, I know that's off because it is pole for pole, so I don't know. It should be pole for pole. So I don't know what it was tapping into, but this should end at the same point. Okay, well, you will now. I'll tell you that much. Alright, so now let me go ahead and get this part set up real quick. So this guy here is going to come down this way, and then oh yeah, one more segment will work on each of these. And actually I'll drop that to level 1 since I'm doing it this way. That's center. Center plus 2, so that should be... Yep, that's parallel. Okay. Oh, just shy of being able to do that all the way in one run. All right, that's fine. All right. So we'll bring him down to level 1 just so it's, you know, just for the parallel run thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This one here is going to be on the seam. And then we'll segment it. That's fine right there. All right, now this part here should be just a nice, easy connection, provided I hit the right conveyor pole for the connection. Oh, just shy of, oh, and actually I need to go actually back to main base for more, because I think I picked up all of my belt making material. No! Well, I guess we're going on a train ride, it seems. I think I'm out of them. Yeah, I'm out of them. Well, other than that, 13. All right. So let me do something here. Let me see. Is there anything else I'm gonna need while I'm out there? So concrete, iron plates. We're gonna need some iron plates. Iron plates and concrete. Let me build myself a little shopping list here. So iron plates, concrete, alclad sheets, which are the Mark V ones. Let's see what else we need here. Not worried about motors because we'll be making those soon enough, and same thing with rotors. Don't good on that. Should have enough cable for what we need. Reinforced iron plates. You know, we'll grab a couple stacks. So reinforced iron plates. And then good on stuff here. High-speed connectors. What do I need high-speed connectors on? That's not on Smart Splitter. I think high-speed connectors. I think high-speed connectors used for the drones. Yeah, so we're good on that then. We're good on that. Should be good on iron rods for the time being. Good on all that. Good on all that. Yeah, we should be good on that. So, so just iron plates, concrete, what we call sheets, and reinforced iron plates. All right. And while we sit here and patiently wait for our turn to leave the station, looks like a nitrogen train's probably going by here in a second. Yeah, I previously had this. I had the leaving mechanic set up, and where I was just using block signals to leave out of here, and it was working okay for a while, but the issue is, you know, for all the other trains it was fine, but it's when the nitrogen train gets going, the block signals won't do it, don't work very well. The reason being is, unlike path signals, which I don't know how the AI calculates it, but you know, as far as the block signal is concerned, a train doesn't anticipate a block turning red. So as the train's going by, if a block turns red right now, you know, it's not going to anticipate braking to stop in that block. Whereas the path signals, which are red by default, what happens is even before it gets into the block area where it could do its reservation, it will do a pre-brake in anticipation to having to stop at the path signal. So because blocks are always green and then and only turn red if something's in their way, if you have a junction, if you will, that has a block signal feeding, you know, two lines feeding a single line with a block signal on each of the feed lines, what happens is if one train enters the junction, which would trigger the block on the other line, if that train that's coming on that other line is going too fast, guess what? You got yourself a collision. And it's happened to me. That's why I had to do my exit area for the main train station using path signals. You know, because for most of the trains it wasn't an issue because they couldn't, you know, they didn't get up to, you know, full speed going down the tunnel because they're right there on the curve. But the nitrogen train set, because of how it's now set up, it's got a, you know, it's probably hitting 60 or 7 kilometers an hour on the straightaway, and if a train was unlucky enough to be coming out at the same time, well, T-bone, or I guess Y-bone perhaps. But while this is finishing going over there, I'm going to grab me some more coffee, so I'll be back in a few moments. All right, so go ahead, turn this off, and let's go shopping. And I'm gonna break this belt here again, right here, just so if the machines get backed up, I'm gonna, actually I don't need to generate this, but actually go ahead and just take it all. We'll shove it in the train. Yep, wrong button. And let's grab another. That'll be fine for now. Alright, so I said those, and concrete, reinforced iron plates, and normal iron plates. Now I think, did I have, I don't remember if I had a storage bin that was almost empty that I could take out or not over here. I'm looking. No, I think I already took it out. Okay. So go ahead and take, I'm not gonna take all of these, but take that much. Because we're gonna have to come back and get like a no kidding train full of concrete and iron plates for the cleanup portion. So go ahead and take all that for now, because you know when it comes time to put up the walls and the finish doing the floors, you know, concrete and iron plates out the ass. And so something I also may do, so this assembly line, these four right here are ironically making circuit cards. I may kill this section here and just fly over via drone circuit cards for some stuff over there, just so I can reutilize that part for some other stuff. But that will be later on down the road. That's not on today's to-do list. Alright, so go ahead and put concrete in this train, and we'll go ahead and put those in that train. And then go ahead and grab a couple stacks, you know, half dozen stacks or so of the reinforced iron plates. Let's see, I think they're downstairs in the warehouse. Yeah, they came into this one here. But let me take from the other warehouse first. Alright, that should be good. Alright. Because slowly we want to drain the standalone warehouses before we drain the other ones. And this, no, not this area. The area downstairs, another thing on my to-do list is this area downstairs. You're going to get a rework. Now that I have different recipes for screws, yeah, this is going to get a rework. so that I can, because I can reduce this footprint down significantly. Because 40, I can have one machine replace 6. Actually, 260. So I can have one machine. 260 divided by 6, right? Yeah, no, 6.5. So I can have one machine replace 6.5 of these. I mean, the amount of space I can get back down here, you know, is pretty nice. That's also going to be on the to-do list down the road, is look at the alternate recipes to see where I can get the most bang for my buck. Some stuff will stay the same, other stuff, you know, I can, you know, rework, just you know, reduce perhaps the number of machines, clean up some of the factory, because my main base here, a lot of it needs a rework. Again, I'm happy with the battery stuff. Speaking of the battery stuff, how are we doing over here? Are we still burning, or are we so we are not burning, okay, but how much are we using? We're just not using as much as I thought, so that's actually good. So we're because I have the, you know, most of the uranium drone. Well, I don't know if the uranium drones are constantly flying or not, but, and actually at this point, I don't know. I don't even know if my I don't know if my quickwire drones are fully flying or not. But I do have my quickwire production in full operation for 3 of them, but they may have hit saturation on the belts, which is good, because then, yeah, so we're burning again now. So we still our battery stockpile is pretty good, so I don't have to, I mean, I still got room to do a lot of drones, because we're putting out 40 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're generating 260 batteries a minute. That's one thing that I guess you gotta kind of keep in mind is the battery usage for the drones that are active. But this is where I like this, because it, if you're actually able to see, like here, like this guy. Oh no, actually, yeah, you have to look at it at the location where the drones are assigned. So this guy here using 2.3 batteries a minute, but it doesn't tell you round trip time. So but basically what you gotta do is, you know, I mean, I appreciate this where it shows you how much, you know, is in the incoming and outgoing stuff. You know, because the train stations don't show that, and neither do the truck stations. So when I look at my truck stations here, where's I have 2 truck stations down here somewhere. Yeah, so it just says delivery setting. I have no idea what 84% means. No idea. So, and then the train stations, they don't show anything special. It just shows the name. So I appreciate what they did with the drone stations in showing the whatchamacallit, you know, the incoming and outgoing stuff. Oh, hold on. Stop. Just one moment there, train. Sorry, that there just can't let that go. That was just, ew. because I somehow missed that when I was doing my cleanup. Yeah, so kind of going back to what I was talking about, blocking signals and path signals. So basically, the way you can kind of look at it is, if you're driving down the road and you see a stoplight ahead, then you can kind of anticipate at what point you need a brake for it. You know, so you may, you can start to brake early, and then if it turns green, you can stop braking and keep on going. That's how basically a path signal is. Path signal is a steady stoplight that may turn green as you approach it, but you need to, basically you anticipate stopping or coming to a complete stop. So regardless, when a train starts to approach a path signal, even if it's not within, even if there's multiple blocks in front of it, see how I'm braking right now? It's anticipating stopping at that red light right there, because there's another train coming out on the path. So it's going to make sure it has enough to come to a complete stop at that signal. So, if I had, let's say I had block segments every 2 foundations, which is, and then a path signal. So if I had, let's say 10 block segments in a row and then a path signal, and if the train had a lot of momentum, he may start braking, at a block signal or 5 block signals out, just because he's anticipating the red light. Whereas these here, if any of these block signals turned red right now, he wouldn't be able to brake in time, and then just because he's not anticipating having to stop at a block. Now if a block is red up ahead, he will anticipate slowing down ahead of time if it's actually red, just because essentially the train is looking ahead to see what's red to anticipate stopping at it. But since blocks by default are green, he really can't anticipate a block turning red on him, and therefore if he has the momentum, he's going to go right through it and basically run a red light. Damn red light runners. Alright, so we need, I'm just going to leave these things on the train for now, but we're going to pick up some of these. I need to pick up some more concrete, because I did take some concrete off. Go ahead and take some more of these. Everything else should be good. And so we should be near the point of saturation in these. So right now, I mean, it's feeding, but we're overfeeding it. So what's happening is the drones, I've got the bay here is full of it. Yeah, it's full of it. I don't know how you're doing, how you're saying 1,600 a minute, but so what's going to happen is, because I think this drone, I don't know if it's, every time one cell, every time a space opens up, the drone's going to drop off another container. And this drone here is going to be sitting here until he clears. He's got another 5 stacks on him of quick wire. So he's going to sit there until he can offload all of it, then he'll go get some more. This guy here's got 5 stacks. So we're at the point of semi-saturation on the quick wire line, which is good. All right, so let's see here. We needed one last connection. All right, so get this connection going here. All right, so now, now we gotta get power for all these. So how do I want to do power for these? You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do power pole here. 1, 2, 3. Power pole here. Power pole here. Power pole here. So pretty much each row will be their own power line or power pole set. Except for the oddball 2. They'll piggyback, well, they'll piggyback off of the one in front of them. Because each one of these lines is going to go to prime power on the wall once we expand the wall out. I gotta look at something one moment. Alright, so these guys here, they'll piggyback off of this power line here. Now I need to upgrade all these power poles. Alright, so I'm gonna get the screw assembly going first. So actually I'm gonna get these machines turned on. Then I'm gonna get the screws going so that they can overflow the machines. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. What I'm gonna do is, let me see here. I'm gonna do this. Because I'm gonna have this go simultaneously. So I'm gonna kill this line for the moment. Just because I'm gonna bring all these up online. I'm gonna bring both those online simultaneously. Now, granted, these guys here have an advantage because they already have fully stocked. These guys here, the belts are jam-packed, so they'll be starting up immediately. And something I didn't know, but a splitter actually will hold so much material in it as well. So this splitter here actually has 9 iron beams inside that little teeny-weeny space. That's something I didn't realize. Alright, so go ahead and get the rest. So all these are upgraded now. Let's go ahead and tie in the power for these. And then we'll build the wall so we can, well actually, so we'll do this part first, then we'll chain them down each row. Then we'll build the wall so these can all get their prime power. And then we'll watch to see how long it takes for these things to fully turn green. Because they'll all get their screws, in a relatively quick manner, just because of how that is done. But the iron rod split mechanic, that's where it's going to be interesting to watch, especially since these need, well, they only need 5 per cycle, so, but it'll still be interesting to see how long it takes them to get fully up and running. All right, so I'm gonna have these tied into that one just to make it easy, because I'm not gonna run a power line just for that. Then I'm gonna have the sink over here tie into this one. Although I don't, well, we will, the sink will be, the sink will partially be getting used because we're not hooked up to the motor assembly set yet, because it's not ready to be ran. All right, let me go ahead and move the wall, or add some more to the wall. Oops. Zoop, please. And we'll just zoop you all the way over. And I don't know why. Oh yeah, I do. Let me go ahead and put him back on. All right, so now let's go ahead and, okay, so you are on the grate, so, and we're running, I believe switched power is below, the way I'm running switched power, it is below the gray mark. These are all going to be on the same line, so, because of how I space these out, so I just gotta make sure I find the right marker on the floor to come up on. Now, do I really need to run this on switched power? No, because I don't, well, I mean, I don't anticipate ever turning this off per se. You know, doing the switched power for the refineries is one thing, just because, you know, if you need to clean up something on a refinery, but you want the rest of the stuff to keep going, switch power on that is definitely beneficial. But as far as, all right, we'll let autosave. But as far as actually, well, I mean, it is beneficial on the factory stuff as well, just because you can, you know, instead of trying to cut a cable and whatnot, you can just kill one, you know, hit a switch, kill it all. So if you want to do a cleanup, restart type of effort, it does help out. All right, so what we should see, hopefully, are a whole bunch of green lights after I get all these connected. All right, do we got green lights? For the most part. So this tells me that this guy here is not configured. And we're doing, which one? We're doing rotors. We're doing standard rotors, okay? All right, so everything here, and actually, you know what? Let's just 100% verify that these are recipe rotor. Because while the yellow light tells me it has a recipe assigned to it, it doesn't necessarily mean it's got the right recipe assigned to it. So I want to just make sure I did set the correct recipe on all these. All right, these look good. All right, so the other thing I got to do, go ahead and get this guy here connected, because otherwise it's. Hold on, before I do that, let me do this real quick. Okay, I was not aiming at that, I was aiming at that. So go ahead and, do you not have power? Okay. We'll do it this way then. I thought that power pole had power. But if you don't have power, what good are you? Alright, go ahead and just connect over there for a minute. I just wanna clear this belt off real quick. Alright, cool. So now we'll put you back in line with this. Alright, so we're gonna I'm gonna start up the screw section first. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds, and then we'll restart up the rods. All right, and action. All right, so we should, I hope. Okay, boom. I see screwage. They're being screwed. Now, question is how long is it going to take for the iron rods to make their... Oh wait, damn it, I didn't... Well, it's going to take a long time. Hey, how's it going? It's going to take a long time if I don't get this plugged in. Let's go ahead and plug this in. All right, so now let's go downstairs and watch the crazy belt stuff. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of screwage going on here, but this is good. That's what I was hoping to see. But now the fun part are these rods. Oops, that's the wrong thing. So many damn belts here. These iron rods. This is the fun one that I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. That's another good way of looking at it. So the loopback is working as intended, it looks like. I tell you, this was one of the more goofy setups I've ever done. But so it's gonna take a couple cycles for these to balance out on the rods, just because of the split mechanic that is going on. But once it gets on par, or on track, the yellow lights should completely go away. So I'm just gonna, because it's like I said, it's gonna take some extra cycles to get this balance. Because, oh man, because let me do some spot checks here. Actually, the big spot check I need to do are these back two here. Make sure they're not flooded with rods. Okay, good. So that's good. Basically just double check, make sure nothing is actually getting overrun with rods, because if something is, then I've got an issue. Now what I did here, which or what I didn't do here, which I did in other things, is I didn't flood the belts. So Hold on a second. I'm seeing stuff going down here. Oh, I shouldn't have anything going down there. Something is wrong there. Something is wrong. Well, this belt here is saturated. And then this. Oh, okay, I see. So what's happening? It's the loop back. That's fine actually. So that's why. Okay, that's fine for that. Because it's going to take time once it gets balanced out. Because what's happening here is it's recycling. Well, not recycling. It's bringing back material to get redistributed, and because of that, and because of this here. Now, what I could do is if I actually use, let me see here, how much are we putting out, or how much is needed, I should say. These are the iron rods. No, so we're generating 768 iron rods, which is technically 6 more than what is needed per minute. So I got to use that high-speed belt. But it's the balancing act that, you know, it's just got to take cycles to get for everything to get distributed with what we're doing here. So it's just I don't know how many cycles, but what I should have done, and I may go back and do this, is I may flood the belts. I just wanted to see what it was going to be like without doing that. It's the loop back that's just taking the longest to divvy everything up, really. All right, we're gonna go ahead and flood the belts, just because. So we'll kill that. The machines themselves won't flood, but it'll get all the splits fully saturated, because we have enough for it. It's just the splitting mechanic here, it takes a while for it to go through. So I'm going to go ahead and just finish flooding the belts with the iron rods, just so that it'll be at full efficiency. That'll take and actually I don't need to fully flood the belts. Technically I could just partially flood them. But we'll go ahead and just do a full flood. No biggie on that. Alright, so pretty much just gotta wait for this belt here to actually come to a full and complete stop. Oh, so much fun. Now, granted, by flooding the belts fully, technically I didn't need to do this special little split mechanic over here that I put in, but it theoretically, you know, it's, yeah, well, it is what it is. All right, so that segment is fully saturated. I see this guy here is getting back to saturation. This guy here should be saturating, his splitter should be getting saturated. Yep, there it is. So that's going to saturate this, and then next will be the feedback saturation. Oh yeah, with vehicles. Yeah, vehicles are you know, the ones that you drive and trying to get them on autopilot. Yeah, that is a bit of a pain. I will give you that. All right, so this here, okay, we are at full saturation. All right. Yes, that's so. I limited my use of vehicles to just that one little section I was put together, and I actually put, you know, I built up a road of sorts just to kind of make it easier. All right, so excuse me. So the belts are saturated enough that these here should not, they shouldn't, well, actually, I don't know, if these will actually fully drain, or if they'll drain, before they have time to, if they'll drain off completely or not. Because so his cycle took him down to 32. So yeah, something, just too many. Well, what it is, it's I mean, it's they're all going to eventually get back down and drain completely again. It just something just, the split mechanic is correct, because so you're at 29. So, because what I'm looking at here is, but you're actually, well, I mean, maybe it'll get to a point here in a minute or two, because the machines themselves weren't flooded, just the belts. Because the only way the machines are going to get flooded is if they fully back up on their rotors. Let me just do some spot watching here just to see if they get to a point where they're, because, and here's the thing, is technically I'm overfeeding it slightly. Well, I'm overfeeding it by 6, so. But I'm losing a rod each minute, or each cycle. So it's eventually going to get down to an idle state again. This I don't like that, because I'm going to start seeing yellow here again. As that there is not an issue, just because it's looping this stuff back. I mean, I suppose I could get rid of the loop back and just let the belt flooding solve the problem, but still. I'm trying to just think if there's. Yeah, because like this guy here, he's going to idle out, because at a 5 iron rod per cycle, every 20%, this should increment. So he's going to idle out after this cycle. Then we're gonna start seeing yellow lights again. And let me just validate also. So 20. 20 times 38, 760. Okay. Which is, that's what it needs for all of those. And this here is 48 by 16, which is 768. So technically we are, we're generating enough. It's just a split mechanic for this is so goofy, that it's eating up, the resources. Or it's basically, it's what it really comes down to, I think, is belt timing, if you will. Because it comes here, and our loop back here, well, part of the problem is the loop back is also, now, I mean, let me see, let me just, because we're treating this as if we were splitting 54, just for the easy split mechanic. So each 6x6 is a triple split, then a double split, and then comes back to a triple split. So this split mechanic here is fine. And then we have a core splitter that splits into 3 for each of the for a leg of 3. So this splitter here feeds 3, this central splitter here feeds 3, then this third part of the split technically is only feeding these 2, and so that's why two machines versus 18. So that's why this guy here loops back on itself there and loops back there. So that basically is covering 2 phantom legs that don't exist for their material. And then the normal branch, which would technically split into a 3-way splitter that then hits 2. I'm sorry, a 2-way splitter that then hits 2 3s. It comes here. It's splitting there for one of its 2 ways, and then its second way goes here. So this here is a merger that ties back into the main merge, and then because we don't have a third machine here, his third leg comes here, splits back around. So we're returning everything that's unneeded back into the line. But I wonder, I mean, it's just, this is just an odd one here. I mean, mathematically it works, but it takes time. But it just, half my machines are turning on and off just because of the how the belts are. Really, that's what it comes down to. Is it just, the belts are ridiculous in this one. Because even these guys here on the end, I think, yeah, they idle out as well. So it's just, Let's see. Like, really can't do much more because it's not a fact of, it's not the volume they're getting, you know, because they're getting more than what they technically need. The issue is just how the belts are being ran and how we're manipulating that. Let me think about this for a second. Let me look at my spreadsheet, see if I can, oops, see if I can tweak anything here. So what if, I don't know if that would work or not, and I don't know how that would affect because so our input again is 768. The 768 on a three-way split does 256 to each of the trio splitters. That then gets split. Each of the trio splitters, then, if you will, does its own three-way split, which feeds 85.3 to the first line splitter. That 85.3 is then split in half, feeding 42 and change to the triple production splitters. Got an idea, maybe. It'll be goofy, but then again, let me see here. So if we do 256 plus 85.3, that gives us 341. All right, so if we take 341 of that, divide that by 3. Oops, what the hell? Let's try it again. 256. Well, if I could type, or 250. 256 plus 85.3, 341.3. That split three ways is 113. All right, now what if we change this out just a little bit more, and if we take that number there, all right, so I have an idea for a new split mechanic here. Cut that in half, add that to 85.3, add that to 256, divide that by 3. Okay, that'll work. It'll be weird, but it will work. Okay. Alright, let me kill the line. And actually, I'm gonna kill the iron rods too. So actually, because it's the iron rods that are the key here. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill this. So we're gonna stop our iron rod production. I'm gonna go ahead and let this burn what's on the belt, what's left on the belt, which isn't much really. And then I'm gonna clean the machines up of iron rods, because from the screw side, that's, you know, not an issue there. This here, the way we had to do this, these things are gonna just jam-pack the belts anyhow because we're overfeeding. All right, so I'm just gonna let these all idle out, and then I'm gonna have some fun with this shit. Oh god. But in theory this should maybe work. I mean, mathematically, what I put together would works also, but it's not fast enough apparently. Is what it comes down to, really. Because we have the number of belts on there, but it's just not, like I said, not fast enough. So I just need to give it a couple minutes just because of the looping mechanic. I need to just go down here and watch to make sure that when you stop seeing stuff coming on this belt here. Okay, so just make sure nothing else. Let me just sit here and watch this for a second, make sure nothing's coming down this belt. And if there was, I would have seen it by now. All right, so that means all the iron rods have been. Yeah, it looks weird because over there it looked weird. It looked like something was moving. All right, so all the iron rods have been distributed to their respective machines by now. We are 100% idle, so we can go ahead and clean up the iron rods from the machines. So this one here is going to be a little bit, well, I mean, like I said, the first one I did on paper works, and mathematically it works. It just, I think from the sheer, I went a little bit over, a little extreme on it, and just, the loopback mechanic is actually part of the problem for what I'm trying to do here, because it's looping stuff back onto the loopback, and so it's delaying the distribution in a timely manner. That's part of the problem. So what we're going to do here, and theoretically this will work as well. I mean, according to the math, it should. We'll find out here in a second. All right, so this is all cleaned up. Now the question is, do I have the space to do what I need to do in a semi-clean way of doing it? So basically, this splitter here, I need a, and this is where, okay, well, the good news is you're on level 3, so, oh man, this is gonna be kind of, well, there's no kinda about it. This is gonna be, oh, my hands are all goofy now. I'm in praying mantis mode. I don't know why it does that, you know. Oh, autosave. Yeah, I mean, the belt run for what I'm about to do, maybe a bit of a pain. All right, there we go. Get out of their praying mantis mode here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to kill this belt here, and man, this is, because I need to put something else here. So we're gonna have to move. Yeah, we're gonna have to move this belt here, unfortunately, because I need more room to do what I need to do. All right, so I'm gonna just kill some of this. So we're still sort of using the loopback mechanic, but it's going to be a little bit different. All right, so let me get rid of all these some of these splits here. So what we're gonna do is okay, so and just get rid of that feed belt there. All right, so this is my core splitter. That's the core splitter, and then our third core splitter is gonna go here, and I'm actually gonna have it go where it normally would go. No, actually, this core splitter is gonna go in a different spot. All right, but okay. So how this is gonna work? I need to put a merger in line with this first, and I would prefer you to actually be touching, please. You know, get close. He's your neighbor. All right, so. And blue goes in that way, okay. And then I'm gonna have a merger down here. And I'm hoping okay, good. All right, so that's facing the right way. All right, so I'm going to get you connected there and get you connected here. All right. Then we have our central splitter goes here. The central splitter is gonna feed this merger, and we're getting rid of the loop back mechanic. Oh, we're getting rid of one of the loop back mechanics. The loop back mechanic is about to change. All right, so he's gonna feed that one, and then he's feeding this one already, and then I'm gonna just have him come back, and that guy there. I'll just put, because we're not. The tie-in over here is different, so line it up on that there. So hopefully we get I'm gonna go this way for this, and I'm hoping that's the line I need. Okay, that is the line I need. All right, so it's going to come back like this. Now get rid of this merger here, get rid of this belt here, get rid of this guy here, and go ahead and get rid of that splitter there. Alright, so this new mechanic, get rid of that there, and I'm going to leave, alright, so now let me think here. Let me think for a second. So, what's your feed? Your feed is right there, right? Yeah, your feed is right there. Okay. All right, so this is where it's gonna get weird. Yeah, I gotta. Let me think about this a minute. While I'm doing that, let me use the restroom. So I'll be right back. All right, so before I have an idea of how I want to do this. I just want to validate my numbers real quick here. So let me just bear with me one moment as I recrunch some numbers. All right, so move that down. Get rid of that, get rid of those. All right, so we have a merge on that line and a merge on that line. Actually move that down a little bit. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's a merge. That's a merge. Okay, so and then that's put there. It's gonna go into a merge here and a merge there, let's say. Just all right, and then that's put there. Get rid of that, get rid of that. All right, so our main feed 768. We do a three-way split on that again. So 768, three-way split. Nice clean 256. All right, so that part there, that's easy enough. And actually this guy here comes over here. So 256. All right, 6, not 8, 256. All right, then each 256 is actually gonna get split 3 times. And so you're looking at, oops, what the hell? I don't know what that number was. 256, which gives us an 85.3 split. So 85.3 going 3 different directions. And so 85.3 there, 85.3 there, 85.3 there. All right, then that 85.3 feeds into a 2-way splitter down each of the 6 rows. Or technically 7 rows, but 6 rows, and that gets cut in half to a 42.6. And the problem with splitting is when it gets down into decimals, you know, it just, you know, it's weird on that. All right, so 42.6 on for that first part. All right, so let me go ahead and just move that number segment down. All right, so then going to get a 42.6 here in. That 42.6 is going on this side is going to get cut in half to 21.3. 21.3. So together 21.3 plus 85.3 will give us a 106.6. So a 106.6 and a 106.6. No, don't round up. There's no rounding up in this. All right, so that 106.6 for the third leg is going to go back to the master splitter, or not the master splitter, 2 of the leg splitters. So 106.6 there. and a 106.6 there. Those will eventually merge with the 256s. So a 106.6 plus a 256 give us a total of 362 now. That 362 cut into 3 is 120.86. So 120.86 three ways. All right, so then that 126 will go into a two-way splitter, which will give us 60.4. So that 120 here will come here. Oops. So that feeds that. And then that gets split in half and becomes 60.43. 60.43. That in turn gets split three ways, which will give us actually 60.43 three ways is 20.14. So 20.14. All right, so now we copy this down here. All right, so then let me just make sure the math kind of holds up on this within a couple numbers because it's all decimals. So if I take that 20.14 times 36, I get 725.04. Okay, so 725.04, and then if I add that to 42.6, no, not where the hell? What the? It decided to multiply that by some weird ass number. Let's try this again. 725.04 plus 42.6 gives me 767 points. Okay, so this will work. Well, the other one technically would supposed to work as well on paper, but all right. So what's happening here now is we got the splitter here is going to feed a splitter in front of this guy here. So we get another splitter placed here if I can, which is going to be fun since I got a belt right there. That's too close. So have the splitter right on the pole, I think. And are you? Nope. Now you're not lined up. Come on. Just work with me here, please. All right, is this in the proper position? It is. Okay, cool. All right, so this splitter is going to come in via that direction there. Okay, go ahead and erase these. All right, so this guy here is going to feed back around here in a minute. This splitter here is going to feed this guy there straight away. Now, when I have a pair of mergers, here, and another one, I need to give it some room to do what I need it to do. I don't need actually that much room. All right, so we got a pair of mergers here. So we're gonna have a guy coming there, and then a guy coming. Actually, I do need a little bit more room because of that belt. So let me go ahead and move this guy down a couple more. No, this is a merger. So just give it a little extra room. All right. So this splitter here is going to feed that and feed that. Then I'm going to have at level 1, just because it's just going to be easier this way. This guy here is going to be fed that way, and this guy here on this guy, yep, right there, will be getting fed that way. Over here, and you know what, we use you as a center line since you're actually in a good spot. Hopefully. We have a splitter right here. This splitter is going to feed, oops, yeah, you're going to feed him, and you're going to feed him. That splitter is going to be fed via this guy here once I get him over there. Pardon me. Actually, go ahead and do a belt up this way. Yeah, that actually may work if I position this pole just right, hopefully. So I put the pole on the seam. This may work. I don't know. We'll find out. If not, then I'll move the pole. This guy here is going to come into that. Perfect. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to clear that off. Clear that off. Clear that off. Clear that off. Make sure. Go ahead and get rid of that one and that one. Make sure our belt is good there, which it is. All right. Okay. Now, now it's going to get interesting. So this guy here is emerged to feed that set. This guy here will come down. Oh, hold on. Because this is my core splitter here. This core splitter needs to feed this guy here. All right. And you know, yeah, because I all right, so now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do this. Actually, yeah, screw it. You're gonna, I'm just contemplating on belt runs. Let's have you face that way. The other one can face that direction because of where it's coming from. You are now actually going to come down here, and you're going to run level 1 underneath this. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, let's do it this way. Oh, actually on the seam. Okay, that's easy enough. You're gonna come here, go down here, and then tie into that, and then this guy here. I'll have run down this seam here just to make it easy. And we're just gonna keep this at level 1, because God willing, there will be no more belts that need to come down this way. Well, that we're gonna be coming down this path, so we have enough, I hope. Oh, just shy. Damn you. So seam -2. Okay. Then this guy here is gonna drop down. He's gonna come this way. This should give me a clean, yeah, damn it. Damn you, I forgot about the whatever the accordion thing there. Actually adds extra space. So do 3 back from the seam then. So seam 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should give me the turn I want. All right. Okay, so now we make sure we get rid of these here. Make sure the inner belts are connected on this. So I see inner belt there and inner belt there, so that's good. And then 1 inner belt there, so that's good. All right, so how this is going to work now, that's my feed right there. And my feed shouldn't have anything on it, right? Nope, feed's empty. Actually, the feed, nice. The feed will come on this seam here. So let me just put a stacker pole here. Just halfway, just so I can run it over top of that. Actually, you need to go up to level 3. All right, so now this guy here, that's on the seam. So turn 2 over, nope, damn it. All right, so now this guy here goes to here. That guy there should have enough room and make it in there. Okay, so how this works now. All right, mathematically it says it should work, but like I said, so did the other version, but I think this one may work a little bit better. So we got 268 coming down this row here. It hits a core splitter that does a 3-way split, sending 256 down each row. That 256 hits a merger for the 6x6 segments. There's a 3x a group of 3 here coming off of this splitter, and a group of 3 over here coming off this splitter, and then the last 3-way off the central splitter goes down here. It hits a 3-way split here for its 256. Now normally, well, for the first few cycles, the branch splitters, if you will, so the branch splitters which are coming off the central splitter, so branch splitter, and this guy here, these 2 branch splitters for the first few cycles will get just 85 iron rods, 85 and change, or 85.3. But what's going to happen over a couple cycles is we got the 256 coming here. That 256 is being split 3 ways, which is basically giving us an 85 going down that belt, 85 going down this belt, and an 85 going into here. This 85 here is going to do a 2-way split, just like it would at the segments here. So we have a 2-way splitter there. That 2-way splitter is the same one here, because then that 2-way splitter then splits into 3 to feed the machines. So what's happening here is each machine needs 20. So we got 85 coming down here. It hits this guy here, and it's going to take its 85.3, split it in half. So 42.6 go back. We'll loop back on this line. 42.6 will go into this splitter here, which will then divvy up into 21 and change That 21 and change is going to directly feed these two guys here, which will meet its requirement. You know, it'll be, let me see here. It's 42.6 and half. So each one of these is going to get 21.3. So it's going to have a slight overage, but then again, we are technically overfeeding by a couple iron rods. So it's going to get 2.6 extra for what over what it actually needs. So then, excuse me, we have that that other half of the 85, so 42.6 coming here. That 42.6 is going to hit this down tube here, hit a splitter, and it's going to go into each one of these. So 21.3 into each one of these. That 21.3 is going to merge with an 85.3, which will give us a 106.6 out. And so you have that going on both those legs. That 106.6, it's going to run down each of these respective belts to the merger in front of the branch splitters. So what's going to happen over a few cycles, hopefully, cross our fingers, the 106.6 plus the existing 85.3 will turn into 120.86, hitting the, or I'm sorry, the 106.6 is going to merge with the 256. That will give us 362.6, 362.6 on each of the branches, on the branch main splitters here. The 362.6 will then divvy itself up three ways, going 120.86 down each of its legs. That 120.86 will hit this two-way splitter, which will split it into 60.43. That 60.43 hits this three-way, which gives us 20.14, which is fractionally over what we need. So, theory, all this should work now a little bit better. We'll find out. All the machines have been cleaned out. Let me just do one more quick run past them to make sure they are still cleaned out. Also, I want to check something here real quick. They changed this. So I was messing around a little bit with experimental yesterday just to look at something. The detonator, you know, I'm spamming the button right now, and it's only, barely going off. In experimental, as fast as you can click the button is as fast as he's hitting the detonator. But anyhow, so let me make sure these are all clear of iron rods, because if any of these have an iron rod in it, it's gonna, it won't mess up the cycles, it'll just mess up me observing how well this works now. Yeah, and something else I noticed on experimental yesterday, when I was just messing around with it. So the interesting little change they did to the Spire Coasts. But what's funny is my fuel generation platform up there is still working, even though technically the oil extractors are no longer on an oil extraction node. They're technically still extracting oil, which I think the developers may have done that intentionally, just so it didn't break a person's game completely. So that they have, if they were relying on that for power generation, that it will still, be able to generate power, and then they can, go back and clean it up over time, I guess. At least that's how I'm viewing it. All right, what I'm going to do here, just because, the sun sunrise is kind of make things a little bit difficult to see. I'm gonna go ahead and put a roof up here, you know, and I'm gonna finish putting the wall down, just, you know, to help me see the machine lights a little bit more clearly. Because hopefully this will block a little bit of the sun with the shadow. But my plan is I will be moving over. I'm going to give I want to do this fuel generator farm just so I can actually get, so I can not rely on that oil that's up north for the moment. But what was funny is when I went over there, the place where my oil refinery is, it's almost as if, you know, it's been overgrown. So all the buildings are still exactly where they are, but now you got pillars going through some of the stuff. You've got trees and other stuff over there going right through the going through it all. So it actually looks kind of cool. I mean, it's technically functional. Like I said, they didn't make me lose any power, so I'm going to just do a little wall here as well, just to get a little bit more of a shade going, just so I can, like I said, I just want to be able to clearly see these lights. Although, what? All right. And plus, there will be a wall getting built here anyhow, so I might as well just go ahead and knock some of it out right now. All right, I think that's good enough for now. Okay, so I can see all yellow. All right, guys. Here goes. Attempt number 2. And action. All right, so what we should see here, again, this back pair here should be the first 2 theoretically that go green, maybe, just because of how they're being fed. So we'll just sit here and observe for a couple minutes the lights. I don't think I broke the belt. I think I just killed the power. Okay, so boom, we're green on those. Now things are starting to green up. All right, that's cool. Now let's take a look here. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Perfect. Now, granted, it may take a couple cycles just to fully get this staying green, but that is a hell of a lot of that's a better result than my first go around. Yeah, okay. So much better, much better. So that one worked out a lot better. So we're still doing a feedback, but instead of our previous feedback loop, it basically came back to the central splitter to get resplit, and unfortunately by doing that, what it was doing is essentially creating its own little loop itself, where you know, it would send material literally back where it just came from, and as a result, you know, you may have an iron rod that went through this loop process 4 or 5 times before it actually went down a path where it actually needed to go. So this now, it's not a loop anymore per se. So technically we've broken the loop. So So this isn't really looping back into the distribution, the main distribution. It's actually being fed into the other branches. So it's a modified split merge system that looks to be working, and looks like we've got, let's see, solid green still. Awesome. And so this here over time, and I don't know how much time, but over time, all of these will eventually start to overflow, because and that's the thing where when you're dealing with decimal points in your splits. So because I'm feeding 120.8, or actually I should say, yeah, I'm feeding 120.86 to this. So you can't split a rod into 86 or 86 of a hundredth, if you will. So what happens is on the core splitter, it basically, if I have, for example, that 85.3 off the original split, 85 will guarantee go down each path, and then that extra one will be cycled down, first path, and that one extra will go down the second path, so on and so forth, on that iteration. So over time, these things will get more than they need, and if this thing were to run long enough, I don't know how long it would have to run, but they would eventually build up to almost a saturation point here over a long enough period of time. I don't know if I'd actually be, if I'll still be playing the game when it hits that point, because this one here is a long time. All right, so now we can go on to our final assembly portion for this. So what we have now is we've got 152, yes. We got 152 rotors coming out of this. What we're doing is we're taking our rotors, merging them from all of our assemblies, because we're basically doing an inline merge all the way down. They're coming here, merging in. We're doing we're taking 152, doing a three-way split here. Two of the three splits are going this way, to this smart splitter, which is currently just sinking in because nothing's physically connected there. And then the single branch of 50, so roughly 100 is going this way, 50 is going that way, roughly, if you will. This 50 is just going into storage, mainly for me to use as I need it. And then I'll be using some of that during some elevator stuff that we need to do for the last tier of the elevator. This 100 here, once I actually am ready for it, will be getting fed down to these 10 machines here. These 10 machines will take 100 of the rotors, plus down there somewhere I've got my stator farm, or stator stuff. So these 10 guys here are going to basically be taking the 100 rotors and 100 stators and making us a whopping 50 motors a minute. All right, so, and then these motors will tentatively 15 of these motors are going to be allocated or saved for turbo motors. I may bump that up, because I gotta look at what else motors are used for in some of this assembly stuff. But we're using the standard motor recipe. I don't know if I have any other motor recipes, so we're not going that route. We're using the standard motor recipe, because going this route doesn't really make sense to me, because this guy here, so this is the standard one, 10 so 10 and 10 per minute. Now I'll bring this up to the other recipe. This guy here, you need 7.5 a minute, Now, Grant, okay. Now, here's the deal. 7.5 out here, 5 out there. Okay, that's fine. But you're doing 7.5 rotors here a minute, and 3.75 of these control rods. So if we bring up the control rods need stators. So is the 2.5 difference in minutes per, so 5 out per minute versus 7.5 out per minute, is that 2.5 extra per minute worth going through and making these? Because now, in order to make the control rods, not only do I need stators, which I'm producing for a normal motor as it is, but I need to get one of these two components to get the control rods. I mean, I guess it all depends if you're looking at a long-term or a big project, because I guess it all determines. I guess it would be based on how many of these you can make per minute, and so maybe it would work out. I don't know, but for now, we're just going to go with the standard. The standard motor recipe. Because I'm not set up to do the control rods here. Alright, so get these set up, get this last thing going and stored. I am going to need a number of motors though, so because the next thing on the to-do list is the fuel generator farm. Because the plan is, I want to get this fuel generator farm up and running. Because once that is up and running, I can then comfortably, if you will, move over to the experimental branch, just to possibly do a little bit more playing over there. There's a couple things I wasn't happy with in the experimental branch. One of them, so they changed the way that you make rifle ammunition. They got rid of the beacons for that, which is fine. They replaced that with, I believe, those steel pipes. Not an issue with that. But instead of using just black powder, you now have to use, they have a component called smokeless powder. And okay, fine, new component, but the smokeless powder, you actually have to use a refinery and the heavy oil residue to make. So you take black powder and heavy oil residue, mix that together to get smokeless powder. So, don't know how happy I am with that change. It's one thing I haven't checked. Let me see here. If let me look at something, because unfortunately the what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Oh bless, I can't think. The wiki doesn't really show anything for experimental mode or the experimental side of things, as far as like recipes and whatnot. Now you can sort of look at some stuff on the Satisfactory calculator website, which actually I'm opening up real quick because I want to take a look at something on that. So I'm curious if there are any alternate recipes for that. Because that's another thing. Some of the recipes that I got from a hard drive previously are now in the MAM, so that kind of is weird as well. So alternate recipes, let me see here. Bio coal, so no change there. Charcoal, ingots, diluted fuel, fine black powder, which is not smokeless, flexible framework. Heavy fuel, turbo fuel, or a different version. Yeah, so as of right now, I don't see any alternate recipes, at least at the now granted, I don't know how accurate the whatchamacallit is. The calculator is with respect to the recipes yet. Yeah, but the smokeless black powder, that's the one thing that you need. You need what do you call it? A refinery, and I'm not happy with that per se. Just because I don't know, I would prefer not to have to use a refinery to make this. Yeah, so as of right now, there's no alternate recipes for that. Let's see. I'm just looking here at what's used in it. And I don't, I mean, right now you could technically, I mean, you can technically automate ammo also, really. Because there's a, you know, you can technically do an automation on the rifle cartridge / ammo now. But the holdup was this here. But with if you have the alternate recipe, actually you could do that too. So you could technically automate the ammo, but it's just, you know, I hate relying on a refinery, is what it is. You know, if it was another type of machine, that's cool, but a refinery, meaning I have to transport oil over to it or transport some material, you know, liquid material. Liquid material is my biggest nemesis in this game, as we've seen in quite a few of my factory builds over there. Now, with that being said, now, once I get my fuel generator farm up and running, because I've got, and I really didn't notice it until recently, when I was actually looking at my stuff. But so over here on, I really like the change they did to the map, I will say that. So over here, excuse me, I've got 4 oil nodes in the area. And I didn't realize it until, like I said, very recently when I was looking at it, when I was planning this out. I haven't overclocked any of these. And so if I overclock these, and then, because my plan is with this fuel generator farm, because I'm gonna, my fuel generator farm is actually gonna be just above the water here. I'm gonna actually have the train running right on the water, for no reason other than because I can. But I have enough oil over here that I can tap into, not to get, not for fuel, but to make the heavy crude oil or heavy oil residue stuff. And then up here at this site here, I've got coal and sulfur that I can now use, now that I've got the turbo motor material. I can make my Mark III miners. So I can make the Mark III miners and take my coal and sulfur, make my compacted coal, mix that with the heavy oil residue, I believe it is, and you get, I think it's heavy oil residue for the turbo fuel. But I can go ahead and make turbo fuel. Yeah, because turbo fuel, the recipe I'm planning on using is, oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, the recipe I'm planning on using is the heavy oil residue and the compact coal. And so that there, because when I did the math yesterday, if I take I think my limit is because my normal sulfur here, if I Mark III all the miners, fully overclock it, I'll have I believe it's 1800. Well, now here's the thing with because these are normals. So normals is a 120, not overclocked, on a Mark II. On a Mark III, a normal is 240. So a 240 by 2.5, I believe is 600. God damn it! Come on, mouse, press the damn button. Yeah, so 600. So I have 2400 coal here that's I could tap into, and then from silica, I've got, or not silica, sulfur, 1200. I think I came up to 1500 total sulfur there, but some of the sulfur is allocated for my nuclear stuff. So my usable sulfur that I have is 900. So the sulfur coal ratio for compact coal is a 1-to-1 ratio. So if I have 900 sulfur available, I would need to use 900 coal. Not a problem. So crunching that math out and looking at my oil resources for what I need, I could actually get 200 fuel generators fed with turbo fuel from that. Just because what I didn't realize is when I was looking at turbo fuel, well, actually, when you because I thought it had the same. I knew it had a longer burn time, but what I didn't realize, and I didn't notice this until I looked at the fuel generator. So turbo fuel has a longer burn time, but it also uses less fluid per minute. So I thought it would use the same 12 fluid per minute that the fuel generator uses. But I didn't realize that depending on the fuel, depending on the type of fuel, I should say, it may use less. So normal fuel and liquid biofuel both have a fluid per minute rate or requirement of 12 per minute, and both of those have a burn time of 5 seconds. Turbo fuel is almost the opposite. It's got a burn time of 13.3 seconds, but a fluid requirement of 4.5 a minute. So, 200, because I was looking at maybe doing like a super long train to feed them. 200 fuel generators, if I stretch them end to end, would literally go about 3/4 way across the map. So it's like, okay, maybe we won't go across the map like that. But I'm going to set up a roughly 80 fuel generators, because the power output is the same. The power output for a fuel generator is what, 150, I believe it is. Yeah. So the power output's the same. It's just the input fuel and burn time, that's the variance. So I still plan on doing because I've got right now 63 fuel generators online, between both of my oil processing sites. So what I'm going to do is, just to make a nice even round number, I'm going to do 80, and I'm going to basically do it on a train platform. Well, not train platform, but I'm going to do it on a platform of 20 long, 4 deep, and then I'm going to have for no other reason than because I can and I want to have fun with it, I'm going to have a train actually bringing the fuel out to it. Because I don't know, I don't know, just I've been having fun with trains lately. But before I can do all that, I need to get this thing here going because the what do you call it? I need the motors because each one of those so if you think about it, I'm going to do 80 fuel generators. Each one of those fuel generators requires 15 motors, so I need 1,200 motors for that little project. And well, that's also where this comes into play. Plus, I was running out of motors because trains use motors, drones use motors, various assembly line machines use motors, so I needed to get some motors done. And then that saved maybe shoot my rebar gun at something. All right, so except the last split here. So we're treating this as a 12. Excuse me. And before I do that, I need to get something to drink. My throat's a little parched, so I'll be back in just a moment. we go. You know, one thing I'm kind of surprised with respects to the early access stuff is I'm surprised they don't have, you know, the early access is its own executable installation, but they use a common shared save game directory, which kind of surprises me, quite honestly. I'm surprised they don't have their own save game directory for that. That's the one thing you gotta be careful with when messing with early access is that it does use the same save game directory. And I know right now one thing they're having issues with is the cloud syncing for the early access. And also it's like, I'm surprised. I don't see how. I mean, I don't know how difficult it would be, but you know, like right now when I save while I'm playing this game, you know, oh, are you in the right? Okay, good. Like when it does its auto save, it, you know, it saves it based on when you first start your map and where you decided to call your home. So like my save game session is called Grassy Place. You know, I'm surprised they don't have, you know, if you're running experimental, you know, I'm surprised they don't just have the word, you know, because this year I manually typed that in, and then I made, you know, copies of my main game when I was messing around with the experimental. I'm surprised they don't have the experimental side have the save name as experimental while you're in the experimental build, because that would potentially alleviate or prevent, you know, cloud save issues and overwriting of save game issues and whatnot. But Alright, so what we're doing here is we're treating this split here as a 12 because 10 is one of those weird numbers. So essentially this guy here and this guy here got a turn. Essentially what's going to happen here is I'm going to have a merge set up here. And I know this merge, this type of loopback does work. Actually, going on this line, because we're doing 1, 2. Hold on a second here. Hold on. 3, 6, 9. Treating as a 12. So yeah. So I need a secondary splitter set roughly in here. You're on the edge there. You're on the edge there. So roughly right here. And hopefully I can get the right line. Oh my god, that actually lined up. I'm super duper shocked on that. So we got a splitter set here as well. And then we do another split set roughly in this area here. We're just trying to see what it's lining up on. Actually, this guy here, no, hold on. This guy here is actually on top of this, like so. All right, and then this merge, the merge still goes here, but it faces outwards on its return path. And then we have our core splitter. Core splitter will go. Just trying to find a nice middle-ish area for the core splitter. So right here, I think. If I could see, it might be a little bit easier. I'm gonna get anal about where I put this. Just because I need to get between that guy and that guy. I want to find a nice middle ground. So you're on center, really? Okay, center seam on that one. And just off the center seam, so it won't be a perfect, wait, you're on a seam, right? Yeah, you're on a seam, and you're almost in the middle. So seam, seam, here, middle. So move you over one unit, just because that'll work. Close enough for, well, it's as close as I'm gonna be able to get. And then in front of this guy, we have a merger that I need the blue to face in. And then in front of this guy here, we have a merger. All right. Whew. Okay, so now, and you know what? I'm just gonna do a belt connection there. I'm not even gonna worry about dropping the pole and having it auto connect. I'll do it the old fashioned way. Oh, don't destroy that one. All right, let me get rid of all these extras here real quick. And I hope, oh, that's gonna, all right, well, we're gonna change. We're gonna change this. This will be running at level 1. So I'm gonna actually do a belt drop here. So what I'm gonna, but let me do that real quick so I don't. So what I'm gonna do is, in order to prevent let's see, you're the rod maker, right? Yeah, you're the rod maker. You're the screw maker. All right. I'm gonna kill this line right here for a minute. That'll kill all this production here, and that will prevent the machines from trying to do anything real quick. So let me fix this. So instead of having this here, this belt should be clean. We're going to take this guy back here and get rid of that. And we're doing the merge right on here. So let me bring this guy here. So what I did, and I kind of wish I would have given myself a little bit more room actually, is I have, for this little access area, 2 wall segments. So a total of 8 meters between floors. Well, 8 meters for the access area down here, and then the factory floor, it depends on what is on the factory floor, if you will. But like the factories upstairs, I have my ceiling at 5 wall segments, which is 20 meters. And the reason I went with that number is I based it on the conveyor belts. So the conveyor belts will run at 3 different tiers, typically. And so I spaced it out so I could, get a stack, a triple stack there. I could go up one more segment if I wanted to, because technically the conveyor belts, you got a level 1, a 2, a 3, and technically you got a level 4. So I could boost it up to a level 4 if I wanted to, and add one more segment. And but I didn't do that in this situation. Although it may have been a little bit easier. But I mean, in most cases, you know, most 90% of your machines, if you will, I can't say that, but you know, most of the machines I've been putting together so far have only required 3 items for the most part. So except, well, actually the blenders didn't. So the blenders actually required. Let me take a look at something down here. Actually, let me get this. Oh, excuse me. Let me get this turned back on real quick. All right. The blenders down here, they actually, I believe, have a full 4 input on them. Yeah, they do. So this one here was a little bit more tricky to do, just because of 4 inputs. Because from a spacing perspective, you gotta think about, you know, how your belts are gonna be run, and then like how your pipes are gonna be run. But so that's when you have to look at the spacing up top with respects to distance between the machines. And so what I did in this case is I made sure I had enough room. I spaced my machines out enough up top, so that, if I can get up here, so the machines are spaced out enough up top here, in between them, so that I can do belt runs and pipe runs both in front of the machine and behind the machine. So like my belts are coming from one direction, these pipes are coming from another direction. If I had a that's not good. If I had a manufacturer, let's say, which was all belts, what I would do is I would try to position it out so I had either 2 belts being fed from one direction, 2 belts from another direction, or I could do a 3-in-1, but just so they were opposite. And what, this thing got backed up again. I know it right now. You're all idle, aren't you? No, you're not idle. You're constructing. Oh, it just takes you a long time to construct. No, it just, I was expecting to see resources moving on this, and it's just slow, because there's a slight little issue back here, and I think it may have been due to the hover pack bug idling out machines when I was building some of the other factory parts. But it's this water here. So these guys here, and actually they're working perfectly. Oh no, I'm sorry. None of the water's backed up, so that's good. But I think what was happening is when I was building some of my factory upstairs or whatnot, the little hover pack bug was constantly putting some of these machines into an idle mode. And so what was happening is the water in here was backed up. And when this water backs up here, this stops producing, which means this here will fill up and cap out, which then turns this to back up on this. And so it just was just a pain in the butt. It's because of these 2 machines and how I'm getting their water. But what I got to do is I got to remember to do a little maneuver, if you will, whenever I start up, in order to prevent that little bug from happening. But yeah, just, you know, the two segments underneath the floor, generally speaking, are enough, at least for what I've been doing so far. But you could go up to a 3rd level if you wanted to, just because, like I said, there's a a fourth tier to the belt feed on the pole itself. I don't think, I think the pipe didn't go up that tall. I think the pipe only goes up that tall. So if you want to go any higher than that, you've actually got to use the stackers there. Why this and the conveyor pole aren't at the same level, I don't know. Yeah, who knows why some of the stuff was built out the way it was, but yeah, for the most part, it works for me. And it gives me one of these two things doesn't look like the other. You're in the wrong spot. And for the, you know, I'm gonna try to start doing more of my I'm gonna try to do more of my what do we call them, factories in this type of manner, because I like having this little access area, because it for the most part it makes the top look clean, you know, less cluttered, you know. I mean, granted, you know, down here is a nightmare. I mean, it's, what you see down here is just ridiculous. But then again, if you think about it, if I had to do all these conveyor runs and stuff like that up here, that would actually make this little assembly area go out a hell of a lot further, just because the beauty of doing stuff underneath the floor is, you know, you actually have a lot of extra space to, you know, to do some stuff. All right, so let's get these connected up. Now, for the most part, I try to limit my clipping. Yeah, I try to limit clipping as much as possible with respects to certain objects. So, oh man, if I can see here, where am I at? So like from a like the conveyor belts, I prefer them not clipping through stuff. Now, an exception I'll make is, I'll show you here in a second, because it's about to happen. Let me just get these interconnected ones done, so I make sure that I don't forget them. Because this little thing here is something is one of the things I overlook the most, are these inner belt connections. And then I was like, why are you moving the goods? It's because, well, there's nothing there. No, you're not actually getting me off task, because I'm actually about to do when I do this belt run here, it's actually gonna do the clip thing that, you know, I generally, this is like one of the few clipping things I will not, or will allow, or will accept. So when this guy comes over into here, wait a second. Oh, don't tell me these are all backwards. God bless if these are. Wait, no, you're the right way. Oh, wait. Hold on. You're not supposed to. Okay, no, everything's fine. That's just he doesn't get fed from that. Hold on. Oh snap. Three. That's 3. 1, 2, 3. Good. Oh, you bastard! You're in the wrong spot. Damn it. That's on me. That one's on me. All right, let me hopefully get these in the right spot here. Easy fix though. And then I do my Because that's a 9. He feeds that. I wasn't counting properly when I was doing it. And then I had the second splitter set in front of you. Like so. Right. Easy fix. Except for this guy here who's in the wrong spot. When you're trying to place a splitter, but it only snaps either. Well, see, like I said, my biggest problem with the splitters and mergers, with placing them, is this little slope right here. You know how this slopes up? That's really, I'll be honest, that's my biggest problem. Because, for example, when I look up, that little pattern you see there, that's the no kidding flat base of it. You're not getting, it's not showing you that, because technically it goes out one segment from there on the sides and front, you know, on all four sides there, because of the slope. And you know, if I were to look at this here, for example, you know, it's like when I'm trying to line my stuff up, if I line it up directly like that, I'm thinking the edge of the edge is, you know, like one pole off. But actually what's happening is, it is, you know, it's only showing, it's showing you to the inner line. It's not showing this little extra section here. So that throws me off with respect to the splitters and mergers. I kind of wish they would just flatten it out, just because also, like, when I'm back here hovering and I'm putting them down and I'm trying to line them up, you know, that little slope there, it throws me off when I'm looking at the various floor lines, because for a lot of what I place down with respects to splitters, mergers, conveyor poles, I rely on the lines on the floor to give me, you know, to tell me, hey, you know, if I'm on the right spot or not. And when it's in the actually, I need to do a third one up here. When it's in the wrong, if the splitters and mergers aren't giving me an accurate footprint, then it makes me, it throws me off. All right. So now, all right. So these here are perfectly fine. You know, so there's no what do you call it there? No clipping. This is where I was talking about the clipping of the belts that I accept and live with. So you know, that, you know, technically, I mean it's clearly clipping through it, you know, but I'll accept this. You know, if it's going squarely over to the merger or whatnot, I'll accept that. However, if I had, for example, just for the sake of argument, if I put a pole here, you know, this run here, yeah, I would accept that also. Because typically what I do is I'll look at these as like, okay, I mean, I can technically see part of it here, that line there, you know. But now one thing I will not do, you know, I won't do anything crazy like, you know, that there. No, I won't do that. Now there's a caveat to that. If I'm doing a storage transfer and I'm transferring from, you know, a storage bin set to another storage bin set because I wanted to move the storage, I will do some crazy belts while the storage transfer is going on. But then once the storage transfer is done, you know, I pretty much immediately turn around and get rid of those. So that's the caveat there. Same thing with power lines. Like right now, yeah, I've got power lines going all down here. Those power lines are just so I can float, and so they're clipping all over the place. Once I get done, they'll autosave. Once I'm done down here, and all these power poles will be going away. So like my real power lines that are feeding my machines and whatnot, you know, I don't like them clipping through other machines or clipping through the walls. That's why, which way are you going? You are going that way. That's why I do appreciate what they've come up with respects to the double wall outlet, and I hope they come up with something that will allow you to transfer, to go between the ceiling and floor, if you will. Oops, you gotta go. Because you go to that one. Because right now, if I want to transfer power from this floor upstairs, I pretty much have to do what I've done. Like, I'll have to do like a double outlet here, and then I go up here, do a double outlet there, run the power on the outside, which I'm not really happy doing that personally, but it works. So this guy feeds you, and you feed you, and then this guy here is going to go at an angle. And also, like, I'm very careful, like on belt runs like this, because normally I like having my belts, when possible, do nice clean 90-degree turns. I generally don't like running belts slanted like that, but I do make, there are a few exceptions. But now, like this belt here, actually no, it's coming from here. This belt here, it would clip that. Technically, it won't clip it. But this one here, because I do have enough room to make a proper turn, as it were. I will actually, if I can hook into it, I'll actually bring it back and do my 90-degree turn. Just cause that's just one of my preferences, I guess. Alright, so now that this part here is done, let me just double check all these belts, make sure they're all connected. So you're good there, you're good there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and have these auto connect just because. Okay, let me redo these here, just because. Oh well. I've pretty much been consistent with these. Oh, that's also a thing in this game, I think. That's kind of important. Trying to be, when possible, staying consistent with a certain building method. So like on this factory here, my building method for splitters going into the conveyor poles is to have it auto connect, not running a belt in between them. This way, if I do that, then I know that I didn't miss a mini belt. So just All right, last, come on, get in there. All right, so let me finish doing my belt check. So let's start with this side because this is the easier side to start with. All right, so we got belt there and belt there going to their respective splitters, a belt there and the belt there going into a splitter. Those splitters there are coming to a two-way splitter. That two-way splitter then hits the splitter here, which feeds this machine and that machine, and then we got the upper level hitting that one and that one. Okay, and then that pair goes over here to the central core splitter for the machine. Then we got our merge on that level that's connected, and the merge on that level that is connected. Good. Then this side here goes here, and it's technically doing a two-way split to this three-way, which we got a good belt there, good belt there. And then on the upper level I see a belt there, which is there, and a belt there, which goes to that. The second half of this split goes to this here, which basically is, and hold on here, we're doing this is a three-way two-way split going to a three-way split. So I only have one feed here on both belts, so the remaining two splits, we got one looping back into the merge, and then we got the belt direct connect there going into the merge. That merge then takes it back down here and it feeds it to the outside of this, which then gets reintroduced into the line for balancing. All right, so this guy here is good to go. Okay, now comes the fun part. So we're gonna be, and I gotta be, now this here I gotta look at because I gotta find a good spot here to drop him down. All right, so it looks like right around here is a good spot. Nope, not quite. Well, yeah, I'll drop him down and he'll move around, the belts to get to that. So we'll do center line on this guy here. But before we do that, let me go ahead and let me bring him over. Let me find out. All right, so we're gonna basically put it right there. Actually, one back from this, and I'm gonna get rid of this for a minute because I don't want that being fed yet. Let me make sure, so one back from that. So this is going to be a feed. All right, so now let me get rid of that there. And I'm not going to feed it yet, but I just want to validate that. Okay, so that's what I want to see there. So I'll get his belt run. All right, so we'll have him do this level here. So we'll bring him over to the grate. And then actually let me go ahead and drop him down to level 2, so 1, 2, and basically have this guy. You are center line on that, so back up, and then you're on the grate there. All right, so that'll take care of that one there. All right. Now the really fun one, because all of this section here. So starting at this point, these are all for the rotors, and I guess I had to space this out because of the weird belt situation on that. This here is our stator setup, so I'm going to go ahead. Oops. We're not going to connect it just yet, but to get the whole place to make sure the hole is actually in a valid position. Okay, so the hole's in a good position, sort of. I'm actually gonna have, I think I'm gonna have a run, because well, and actually now that I think about it, maybe I'll change this to level 3, because I can run right down this line at level 2. So yeah, we're gonna change this one. So he's actually gonna go to level 3. So but I'm doing just for now, I'm just gonna put it on that level for a section, or for a minute. Let me get my poles placed here. Then I'll rerun them. Because why have this at level 2 when that other guy, when he goes in between all those belts, is going to be at level 2 as it is? So no need to have that guy come up and this guy, you know. All right, this is a easy fix. All right, now just have you connect into these, and now we have you just tie into the top one. All right, so then, all right, so let's see which line we were running down, because I'm looking at running down this seam right here, I think. So either that seam, or so between this, either that grate or that seam. Actually, looking at this seam right here. Or actually, you know, that'll work as well. It doesn't have to be on that seam. That's close enough for this. Except you're going the wrong way. Okay. So now we're just gonna run this guy. He is on the grate. So we're gonna have him go over and through and below and... Oh, that reminds me, I gotta clean up my little symbols over there. Now that that is actually up and running properly. Oh, you're on the wrong level. All right, so then, okay, one more, okay. All right, so now we're gonna do a turn underneath this guy here. So just like that. And I'm looking for my, I can't see my damn pole there. Okay, so there, turn 2, forward 2, up 2. This should feed into that machine, I hope. Okay, There we go. All right, so we got our feeds. We got every. Oh, now can't do anything yet. Well, one thankfully, enough power. All right, so we are going to set up. We're going to set up its storage units back here, because. I got extra space back here, so we'll set up its storage units back here. So basically, because it is such a low volume output, we're just going to do this inline merge set here, which technically uses more merges than, you know, potentially if you're doing like a merging into 3 and whatnot. But it just makes it easier to keep on a straight line. Good for low volume stuff, if you have the resources. All right, so that there is gonna come over here. I'm gonna put we'll do our last sink back here. Oh, I can't, I don't have the resources. I was like, why are you telling me it's red? Yeah, so this time I've thought about the overflows as I've been working it, and it's made it so much easier this time around. As opposed to trying to add overflow splitters and whatnot after you've built everything up. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that before. Let's see, I think I had iron plates on one of these, right? This one here, yeah. And I still got plenty of belts. Let's grab some iron rods. I know I got iron rods on one of these here. I just don't remember which one. There they are. Go ahead and grab some more plates, which I think is on this one here. We're good on concrete. Okay, so let me see here. So good on that. Good on that. Good on that. Good on that. That should be enough power for what we're about to do. So, all right. Almost there with these things. Let me just do another quick peek in here real quick. So you should be going out roughly here in the same. That is interesting. These two should almost be going in sync with one another. It's kind of interesting that one of them left and the other one stayed, which makes me question up here, but I don't see any red or yellow lights, so other than that, but we're not done with that yet. All right, so yeah, so we're gonna put our sink back here just because all right, and then so we're gonna have and then you're gonna connect to that. Yep, I'm gonna have my storage units set up here going this way. Okay, that's the one thing I forgot to check was the storage units. That should, I'm looking at so you're actually on the grate, so you're facing the wrong way. Are you facing the wrong way? Yeah, you're facing the wrong way. Try this again. So I'm gonna do that? I knew that looked off. I don't see. I'm trying to use the snap and it snapped, but I don't know what it's snapping to. So sometimes the snaps for these things just irk me. All right, so we're gonna build this much storage for the motors. Then go ahead and get our cross connects on this. All right, then we're gonna put a smart splitter right here, and yeah, right there should do. See, so this here I will forcibly make that type of turn, just because. All right, so this here is gonna be left any, center, over, right, none. All right, now let me go ahead and get these guys all connected. And same thing with you. You will forcibly be turned that way. So now, in theory, and this is all theory, although my second theory on the belt on that one actually turned out to be good. So, so in theory, well, I need to take a look at. I need to validate something first. So I'm not running this under the ground because there's too much. Actually, shit. Now I gotta look. Do I have anything running right in this area? Yeah, so I got too many belts and stuff like that in that area. So this one here will come above ground to go to the splitter, which is nothing is being built in this section here. I mean, I got that entire area there that I can. Both on the bottom and the top floor for factory expansion. All right, so now what we're going to do here, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to kill power to this entire line real quick. And the reason being, this is going to be the only way I can simultaneously have my feeds going. Alright, so this set here is building my stators, and I've got it's on 8 stators per, but 8 stators times I believe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 25. Yeah, so 7 in this line, 2 rows of 9 there. The 25 by 8 is 200 last time I checked. And what's the way this works, let me get this guy put into here. Come on, get in there. So the way this one works is it merges up to 200 right here, goes into this. This is just a flat 2-way merge or split. There's no belt here, because I could put a belt there, but we're not going to. So 2-way split going this way, which feeds the assembly line way the hell down there. And a second split that goes into storage here, which is backed up, which is fine. Each of these smart splitters is set to send overflow to the sink. But so we're sending 100 that way and 100 to the storage, which that 100 to the storage is now being sunk. because we need 100 down there. And then we come to the rotor build. The rotor build is taking in 38 by 4, so that is 38 by 4. That's 152 a minute. We need 100 for that assembly, and then leftovers go there. So essentially we got a three-way split here. So 152. So essentially 50 goes on that line, 50 comes on this loop back, or this line here, and 50 goes that way. So these two 50s merge into 100. These 100 here will be going into that belt there. If it overflows, just want to make sure that was set, it'll get sunk. And then the other 50, they say, would come this way. It fills up the storage bin. If it overflows, then it'll get sunk there, right? So then this is technically, well, theoretically, technically, this will be getting exactly the number of stators it needs. So the split is the 200 split is sending 100 this way for these. It's going to get just a slight overage of rotors because 152. So that's not a big deal. Now the split downstairs should take a couple cycles of the rotors and stators going to get these to turn green, just because of the belt loop and balancing thing. But once it does, it should be pretty steady. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to do this. That's on 3. That's 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So I'm actually going to have this one here do 4. And I'm going to have this guy here, while I'm thinking about it, he's going to tie to that line there for overflow. Alright, now get all these guys tied in. And actually this one may not go. Okay, no, that one's if there's going to be a clippage of a line anywhere, this is typically where it's going to be, that I will just go crazy with trying to avoid. Oh man, this was a fun process, I'll tell you that much. Alright, so now get these chained in together. Oh, I need to upgrade these, I forgot. You tied into that, and then you are just on the seam, so you will go on the bottom there, tie you to you. All right, now what I need is a damn I'd almost be tempted to do it, and actually, you know what, I am going to do it. No, I won't, but I'd be tempted to, because you know what, these things here, you know, are great. You know, you see them in the airports, you know, the moving walkways, you know, because that there is actually faster than hover pack moving. So I may build up maybe later on, I don't know, I may set up a conveyor line just to let me get from, you know, different areas of the factory, you know, because I don't want to do hover tubes, because hover tubes you can't like just say, oh wait, I need to go over there and jump off. You got to ride the hover tube the entire way, one way or another. Whereas if you do a conveyor belt for a human, well, escalator, or not, well, I guess it wouldn't be an escalator, but moving walkway. All right, now let's run all the way down here. And what we should see, said, by the time we get down there, because of how long it's going to take, they may all be green. Maybe I still see yellow. And autosave. Well, maybe we'll actually get down here and see them in action. Yeah, because it's not like they need one; they need a total of 10 each. So I intentionally am not flooding the belts of these, just because I wanna see them in action, so to speak. It's not like, you know, it's not like it's critical. All right, so come on, guys, get the. It says it'll take a couple cycles for the for them to get on track, but we should eventually see these all hit their 4, because the stators, they're getting exactly what they need. The rotors are the ones that they're technically getting a little bit over, and that actually is weird. That's, I'm not making, we're sending, oops, 152 rotors. So, oops, I hit the, now I'm, well, that's why we have, damn you, I say. Are any other rotors not going through? I swear to God, I redid, which one was it? I redid that, or did I not do? Why are you feeding? I reconnected you. Which one are rotors coming in on? I don't remember which one. What? So that was a rotor. Rotor's coming in on the bottom. No, that's a stator. So what? Did I not? I swear to God, I did. Oops. That makes... That made no sense, because I reconnected all of them. And because of that, it jacked up my numbers here. I'm gonna let it go though. Because at this point forward, he should hit it at 50, and then he should get his next hit at 100, and he should be now at, well, it'll take a little bit more time for the cycle because we just got him working again. But these guys here should not go any higher than what they're at now. So he'll toggle between 14 and 16, and then once he gets on par, he should all right, so these guys are good now. Just that damn conveyor thing. I swear to God, I actually went, I clearly remember going through and removing all of them, and then, unless I didn't remove that one, and that was one that, I don't know. All right, so now, theoretically, you know, if we were to sit here and watch this, in a minute's time period, we should see, you know, 2 stacks form every minute roughly, because each assembly unit is putting 10 out a minute. We got 10 of them, so last time I checked, 10 times 10, and actually let me just verify, these are 10 out a minute, right? No, these are 50 or 50 out a minute, excuse me, 50 or total 5 out a minute. It's a 2-to-1 ratio, so 100 in on each component, 50 out, or 5 out, so 50 a minute. So 1 stack a minute is what we should see. That's right. I was looking at wanting to get 100 a minute, but think of it this way: 100 a minute. You see how much space this took up? Well, double that for 100 a minute. Then it's like, no, I don't want to go that route, because it was an extraordinary amount of assemblers and constructors. And here's the thing: is what you're not noticing here is my quick wire assemblies, because I'm doing that remotely. Otherwise, because I was going to have the ore piped in here, the quick wire assemblies are actually being done at satellite locations in the local area. Because like I said, I was originally going to have the quick wire or the cadmium ore brought in via drone, and then it's like, okay, no, I'll have the cadmium ore made into the cadmium ingots, and I'll have the ingots brought in, because you figure you got foundries for the ingots, or foundries for the ore, and then you gotta do the foundries to convert the ore into ingots, and then you gotta do a constructor set to turn the ingots into quick wire, and that there was going to add another 42 constructors and 34 30 more foundries to do that. So what I decided to do is essentially build 2 remote satellite facilities that's supporting the motor manufacturing. So over here, what I got, this is one of the 2. This is the southwest facility. And essentially what we have is we got a Mark III miner. And that's the other new thing I'm doing here. I'm putting pillars out to kind of make it look somewhat decent. Whoa! To make it look, a little less defying the laws of physics thing. So, it kind of looks decent. But, so I got a Mark III miner up here. That Mark III miner is not fully overclocked. Because if it was, with the Mark III on a pure node, you can actually pull a lot of ore. So if they give you the belt for it, you could technically go up to 1200 ore on this one node, on a pure node. But because of the belt limitation being 780, I've overclocked it, but only overclocked it up to that limit there. Now, with that being said, who knows, maybe, hopefully down the road they'll introduce a faster belt. But what I decided to do here is inside, I've got my foundry set up here. So this is converting all the ingots, or all the ore that we're pulling in, and it's turning them into the ingots, and then it's belt feeding them back here. And then when we go upstairs, so my foundry level on one level, and then when we go upstairs, this is where all the ingots are being, where the ingots are being turned into quick wire. But because of the sheer volume of the quickwire being made and how many we have, so we've got 21 assembly units here. So that's 1200, 1260 in total being made. That exceeds the belt limitation. So we have half of the quickwire going one direction, half going the other direction, and then we have a small little segment here in the middle that merges and resplits just to keep things even. So out of the 1260, we got 630 going that way and 630 going that way, and then that stuff there goes up to our drone level, where it's you know, as the drones come and go, it loads this up for pickup, and then anything extra is just getting sunk on both sides. And so then the drone will fly in, grab a stack of 9, take it back over there and feed the system. We only need 540 for each, because we have 3 lines over there on the that are where the quickwire is being used. 2 of them are 9 machines, and then one of them is a 7 machine. So the minimum transfer we need is 540, which covers the 9 machines over there, and we're generating, technically generating 630, so we've got the coverage on that. And then, like I said, this is mimicked on the far side of the map, well, not on the far side, but on the other side of the base. So we're here. I have another mirror setup over here, and so we actually have a stockpile of quickwire on the, I don't know if it's the east side or this side, that's not being used at all. So it's for future expansion. All right, time to Evel Knievel some shit. Now, one thing I appreciate, and before I do this, I say that now that I appreciate it, but it's gonna turn and bite me here in the ass. But what I've noticed when you do some crazy shit in the vehicle, something that would normally kill you, from a fall distance, it'll take you down to like a fraction of health. I'm curious though, because we're gonna and the reason I'm saving this is because we're gonna test something out here. So we're gonna do a little Evel Knieveling real quick, just because I want to see something here. So we're gonna Evel Knievel off this cliff here. All right, so now I'm gonna rinse and repeat that same jump. I want to see because I don't think we can die. I don't know. That's why I saved it. Because if we do die on this jump, then I'm gonna obviously reload the game. But I think it's going to take us to half a bar health. Oh, that is something I did like in the oh, it does kill you. It's oh, now that's interesting. And we're not respawning. The reason why we're not respawning is for this reason right here. This is what I was talking about before. All my doggos, they don't know me anymore. So I would have to refeed all of them, to whatchamacallit. So that's why we're not going to respawn. We're going to reload. But in order for me to reload, I actually have to close and open the game up, because the game will crash. Well, we'll try, see what happens. But every time I try to do a load game from within the game, it crashes. So if the game crashes, I'm going to take a quick break while we restart the game. So let's see what happens. So it'll freeze here, and then it'll spin again, and then it'll crash. And wait for it, crash. All right, so we crashed, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break as I reload the game, and We'll be back here in just a few moments. All right, loading up the save game now. But no, like you mentioned, also as far as fall from any height as long as you have full health. I think I've observed that also, and that you'll come down to like a half segment of health, which is good. And provided you have something to heal yourself with. But that's something else, like I said, I like in the experimental build that they're doing is you will gradually regain health over time. So as long as you're not in a fight where you need to heal immediately, perhaps, if you are exploring and you fall off a cliff or whatnot, and so as long as you are in a safe spot, you can get back your health and not have to worry about using a medical inhaler or any nuts or anything like that. Yeah, and there were a couple other good things I do like in the other build. They changed the stack size of the ammunition. Because they did mention that in the thing. So it's now like rifle ammo stacks up to 500, and I believe the rebar stacks up to 100. At least for the basic ammo. I don't know if all the ammo stacks like that, or if it's just a basic ammo. But I would presume all the rifle ammo stacks up to 500 and so on and so forth. Here's something interesting I'm gonna do. I'm gonna time this. I'm not gonna be here when it happens because I don't want to. I believe if I was actually in the car, I think I would have taken damage. But it's kind of cool to see, you know, and also that train knocked half the health off my truck. Cool thing is the truck respawns health pretty quickly. Although I don't know what happens if a truck actually gets fully you know, if it has full damage, what happens to it? Does it literally just go away and all you have is a loot box for anything that you may have had in the back? I'm not sure. I've never experimented with that before. Ooh, snap. Ooh. Alright, so our motor assembly is going. I'm just gonna wait a couple more minutes because I need to take a stockpile of motors back with me. Because now it's gonna be the what do you call it? What is it? Oh yeah, fuel generation farm. All right, so let me do this. Let me clean up my inventory because I don't need any belts right now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and drop off a whole bunch of stuff here. Then we'll clean the train out, drop off all to empty it out. Because we will be coming back here, and obviously there'll be more stuff that we do here later on. And actually, I'm going to go down this row again. But for the time being, this factory is done with what we're adding to it. The next thing we do add to it down here is going to be the turbo motor assembly section. Alright, so I'm going to just because I should have done this when I was adding the stuff in before, but and I still got to clean the trains off and put that material in their appropriate things. All right, let's go ahead and clean the trains out. All right, you go on that one. This is concrete, iron plates. That was not iron plates. That was the wrong one. There we go. And then the reinforced was like down here. Okay. All right, so train's clean. This, I'm gonna grab a stack of I don't know how many I have at base camp with respect to the rotors, and actually, you know what? I can check real quick. Let me pull up my interactive map and let me look at my base camp and see what my storage bin looks like for the rotors and stators. See if I want to take any of those back with me. All right. So let's see. This. Oh, All right. Where are the rotors? Okay, that's iron, so we don't. Okay, so motors we know about. That's an M. That's P. are, okay, so rotors, we have a full storage bin of those, so I think I'm comfortable on that. Stators, we're going to take some stators back with us as well then. Let me see, what are stators, well, let me see here. What else are stators used in? From a build gun perspective. Stators are used only, actually nothing. Oh no, power storage. I really don't need stators down at the base, because the only thing that I would ever use them for would be the power storage, and I haven't set that up yet. But everything else is through a manufacturing process, so okay, I don't need to take any of those, so it's just the motors that I need to take with me. Oh, almost forgot. So here's the test again. I mean, what do I want to test on? So test on you. That, no, you didn't go idle, but still, I'm not going to. And I see yellow down there, and that bugs me. Yeah, go ahead and swap this out. Actually, swap it out, come out of this, stand up, crouch down, go back in. But I saw yellow on one of my machines down there, and I don't know why. Why are you guys yellow? I did fix this already. I fixed it before the save. Oh, snap. Oops. How did I... Oh, son of a bitch. I just got rid of all my damn... How did I miss... That... No. Hold on. That's... Did I actually... No, I couldn't have missed that. There's no way in hell I could have missed that. Well, no, there's a very good way I could have missed that. And of course, what does that do? That will lead to the damn other parts of the system getting backed up, and I cannot believe I missed that. Unbelievable. I just don't know how I missed it earlier. I checked all my damn belts, but I guess I didn't check the, well, I checked all the belts underneath. I didn't check all the belts up top. But here's the funny thing is, I only missed a couple. How did I miss just... I'm so confused on that. But then again, that also kind of explains why I wasn't seeing the numbers I was expecting to see up here, I guess. Alright, well, we'll let this empty out now. So how did that, if anything, these three obviously got backlogs on that, but it didn't backlog, it didn't hurt anything else. That's good. And what I mean by that is it didn't increase the number that these guys were getting so the belts didn't get backed up that far, so they just recently idled out, it looks like. So, or sort of. Or idled out, but then collected the material. Alright. Nah, just, it's okay. Alright, so pretty much I want to let this guy build up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 400. I need at least, you know, it's doing 50 stacks a minute. So, or one stack a minute, excuse me, one full stack a minute. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, So I don't want to wait 29 minutes. I'll take over. I'll wait for this section here to fill up, because that will give me what I said, 8 stacks at 400, 800, 1200, and I think I said I need a minimum of 1200 for this, because 15 motors a pop. So it's what, 80 times 15, yeah, 1200. So I need at least a full stack here, or a second line here. So I'll just give it a few minutes while I don't know, I'll fly around and look at some stuff for the next 5 minutes. So I think what I'm gonna do here with respects to this back portion of the factory is, I think I'm gonna break this down and over to this wall here, and I'm basically just gonna make this flat down to this level, because there's nothing down, there are no belts being ran over here up to the breakpoint. I think I'm just gonna make that part of the thing. Why is that? Oh no, that's okay. That's actually supposed to look like that. Let me see, what else was I making over here? Yeah, so I got circuit cards. Yeah, that's right, circuit cards, steel ingots. So at least we got we're using all these steel ingots, which is good. I mean, we're burning less now, but we're still burning. I think we, based on what I've calculated here, for steel, in total, it was 600 steel ingots for the stator assembly area, and then 300 for part of the rotors, and then 192 for another part of the rotors. So we're using 1092 out of the 1200 that we're generating. So we still have an excess of 108 coming in. So in theory, if I was able to actually, watch and count this accurately, we should see roughly 108 being sunk per minute between those two. Speaking of sinking, wow, we're actually at a steady over 1 million per minute now. That's pretty nice. But the way how this calculates its next coupon level, it's ridiculous on but I get why they're doing that, because otherwise, it would be too easy to make coupons. So I understand that how they're doing the non-linear. I mean, they did some crazy math on this. I mean, we're talking like algebraic formulas and other weird formulas. I mean, it's just like let me see. Right now, our next coupon is at 13 million. And that's 13 million roughly for, what do you call it? And we're only halfway through here, or just over halfway. So this coupon here actually, this is coupon, even though it says I've got 481 printable coupons, I've already printed off a crap ton of coupons earlier. So we're at the point now that each coupon is well over 55 million. Well over 55 million. What do you call it? Points per coupon. So what I need to make a whole bunch of is like the thermal propulsion units, because each one of those gives just, you know, about just under 750,000 points. But at this point, the only thing I can buy with the points are, you know, I can buy like individual products and stuff like that if I really needed to. But I'm saving up for the statues and whatnot, which costs a lot. So they'll have to be getting sunk for a while. All right, so we got enough here. I'm just looking at something here real quick. Wow. I'm just looking at some remarks on clocking and theoretical how many points per minute and stuff like that. All right. Anyhow, we're going to go ahead and take all these, take all those, and let's go do what we need to do, or start setting up the fuel farm. So I already laid out the base foundation, sorta. Actually, I need to go over to the nuclear power plant also and pick up some material. Let me see here. All right, so let me do this. Let me clear my list. All right, so we're looking at doing 80 of these. All right, so anything else over here that I need to grab before I go over? I got plenty of that over in the main base. Yeah, so all this other stuff I got sort of plenty of over in the main base. I think I'm gonna want to, at some point, I'm gonna want to get a separate computer manufacturer thing going, because I think I need that for something else. All right, let's go ahead back to main base and let's say goodbye to the desert for a while. Oops. Oh, that also reminds me, before I go, let me fix my audio here. I forgot about that. All right, there we go. Oops. Yeah, let's see how long we have to wait before we get our green light. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately, this setup that I had to change this setup here just because of, mainly because of that damn nitrogen train. It T-boned one of my other trains earlier, or a couple days ago, and so I had to change this around. And unfortunately, because of that, it delays the departure of. Yeah, it's not significant. It's not really. Delaying it that much, but it is it delays the departure from the station. But you know what? Better for it to be slightly delayed than to have a potential collision happen where you have to go from the far side of the map to come over here to fix it. So I'll take the I'll take the partial delay. Because the plan is right now is I'm going to get the fuel generator farm set up, and I'm going to get the sulfur and coal thing set up before I do anything at the one refinery that will stop the production of my current power. Which again, power is not an issue. It's just I would prefer to make sure what I'm doing is going to work semi as intended versus completely jacking stuff around. Let me see here. So I'm going 20 wide or 20 long is the plan, and 4 deep for the moment. That gives me 80. Let me see here. In order, so eventually, over time, if I'm going to try to get, space is going to be an issue. In that where we're going to be building the turbo or the fuel generator farm at, I'm going to be limited to how far back I can build based on the world border. Although I should be able to build, because the fuel generators are I want to say are their dimensions are the same on both sides. Let me see if they are or not, but I think they are. Yeah, so they're 20 by 20. So I think I did a measurement, and so I should be able to build back to 10 generators if I wanted to, and still be in the safe zone. Which, if I actually do get to that point, it'll be kind of amusing. Especially for such little resources that it takes, relatively speaking. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead. Fortunately, I don't have. We're gonna have to hop on another train here, so this train here is not gonna be of much use here in a little bit. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to turn you off and grab the materials we need for this. And so what I need to do first, I'm not going to necessarily set out all the fuel generators, but I'm going to set out the first row of 20, because that's going to be the determining factor on the train station layout. Yep. So let me go ahead and grab what we need here, and I'm going to take some. I'm also going to take a couple stacks of these with me, and a couple stacks of these with me. This way I can set up a little storage facility closer to the closer where we're building this. All right, so computers. And actually, I'm gonna have to make a couple trips because I'm not gonna be able to take all the rubber and all the quick wire. So we'll be making multiple trips on this initially. Heavy modular frames. I think it was on this side. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do another transfer here in a little bit. Now on the flip side, I will be getting back all this material, or I will be getting back some of this material when I take down the other fuel generators. So, I think I'm actually only making I'm making 17 extra fuel generators than what I have now. So, I'll be able to recoup some of this. All right. Now I would. Oh, come on, catch it! You can get it! You can get it! Ah! Oh, damn it! I was on it, you son of a bitch! Damn it! I was on it and then I hit the button to get off of it. Next time. What I may I was just thinking about how I could do like a mini supply train, because I could do a mini supply train, sorta. You know, a temporary supply train. I'm not going to worry about that train because I'm coming up to the location, but I could do a mini supply train that breaks off here because I don't need anything. I just need a station. Actually, no, I can't fit a station here either, because then I could fit a station right here technically. I got room. I got a 4x2 room I could fit it in. But trying to get a station over there would be a little bit of a pain. So I'm just, you know, hoping that, you know, get lucky and catch the whatchamacallit. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this. So we're gonna set up our little supply depot right here. You know, for temporary storage. All right, let's go ahead and throw all the motors in this one, and then throw all the computers and heavy modular frames in that one. Oh, I don't know why I have that on me, but go ahead, get rid of that. And actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna throw you guys in here for the time being. Now let's go back and get some. Actually, I need to go over there. Let me catch a taxi train back to the nuclear facility. Are you going back yet? Which train's gonna get here first? You? Okay, we'll go. Because I have a whole bunch of, I got some concrete and other plates that I left over at the nuclear facility that I want to grab. After this autosave, of course. Oh, damn it. I hate when I alt tab out the game for a minute while it's autosaved and it, there we go. It gets stuck on beacon or ping mode. So we go to the end of the nuclear power plant there, because I was doing a test over there, because that's where I was initially thinking about building it, but then I decided that if I want to, because if I'm going to expand nuclear, it's going to be in line with this. So I decided to have the fuel generator farm in a different location. Because right now I can expand this out. If I overclock my my feed on my second uranium site, and then overclock some of my manufacturing up there, and I think I got a platform right there I gotta get rid of. Yep. And if I had a crap ton of what do you call it, slugs, I can oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Oops. I was like, why isn't that picking it up? There we go. There we go. I could, with slugs, and if I installed a couple another change my second uranium site to a Mark III and overclock it as well, and then like I said, a crap ton of slugs up here, I could expand my my nuclear out some more. I don't recall what I'm pulling in on the second uranium site. I know the first uranium site is pulling in 600. So that's a normal Mark III, triple overclocked. All right, we're just gonna sit here and chill and wait for the next train to go the other direction. And how much stuff did I pick up? Okay. Then we gotta go get some rubber, quick wire. Also gonna need, also gonna need probably, yeah, let's go with 1,000 on power cables. Let's go with like, 200 on power poles. Just a number. Okay, which one's going to come first? Something out that door or this guy here? There we go. Yeah, so right there is going to be the base of the fuel generator farm. It's I don't recall how far up I have it set. I think it's so the foundation, the train foundation, is going to be half a meter under the water. Just because I'm going to have a water rail versus a monorail, if you will. And that's 2 ramps up from that, so 6 or 7.5 meters over the water, and it's the foundation may get expanded a little bit depending on how how this is going to line up. The challenge on this, it's not really going to be a challenge because I wish the train station and the what do you call it, the fuel generators, I wish they were the same partial dimension, because then it would make the lineup for the pipes so much easier. But because they are technically different dimensions, the train stations are going to be more compacted together versus the fuel generators. I mean, it's not going to be an issue because all the pipes are going to be fed under the ground, so from that aspect it's not an issue. But it would just be easier if all the pipes, or if they were in alignment with one another, because then the pipes could just be literally straight as opposed to, you know, kind of gradually bending in towards where it's going to split off at. All right, so we need 4,000 rubber. 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 4,000 quick wire. And I got an orphan storage over here, so I'll pull from that first. Because we already did the computers, we already did the modular frames, we already did the motors. So that's already in storage over at the other side. I got enough concrete here to expand out the foundation a little bit. Grab some cable from this guy here. Wires and iron rods. That's going to be all for basically so we can get floating power going over there. Because yeah, you get spoiled having floating, being able to use the jetpack or hover pack. And iron rods. Really? Just one stack of iron rods? Well, you know we're gonna need more, so just go ahead and grab some more and we'll throw it over in the storage bins. Now, so I'm contemplating just putting up a temporary train station right here, just so I could more quickly get back and forth and take larger amounts of resources with me. But this, yeah, this will be fine for the time being, because the next set of resources that we'll be taking over will be the train station stuff. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I still need to finish buttoning up that facility. Forgot about that. No, I got so many partially built buildings around here that I need to go and put walls and other stuff on. All right, so go ahead and throw down that, and then you can have the quick wire. I'm gonna keep this stuff on me for the time being. So first things first. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and clear power poles and power lines off, because I don't need to see that. All right, now let me change this around. Oops, damn it. Change this around to do 20. So I can go ahead and pull what I need for that only. So for that, 300 motors. Come on, 300 motors, 200 of these things, 100 of these things, and then 1,000 of these things. And 1,000 of that. Okay. Alright, so then, because you're tying into that, so I'll just tap into that as well then. So, we'll use that as our temporary power connection. And I'm just gonna, whoa, put you up here. And then, because, you know, running electricity in the water, or having a power pole in the water is, you know, no harm could come from that, right? You know, there's no electrocution hazard. Alright, so let's get our first one placed. Alright, I'm gonna have all the pipes facing the same direction just because of the splitting and all that. I want to give myself a little bit of space for the initial feed. I wonder, because is there any chance I can actually, no, because it's fixed to the foundation, so I couldn't kind of have it go diagonal. All right, so we're gonna have it do that. All right, and I'm going to get some more power line over here. Just take this all the way down. Yeah, so from the nuclear perspective, I've got room. I haven't measured it on the map yet, but I've got room to definitely expand down this way, because the fuel generator farm, if we do any further expansion, which I plan on doing just because, it'll go that way towards the world end border. We got a ways to go for that, or semi ways to go. All right, so now what I got to do, and actually, you know what? Nothing says I can't do this now that I think about it. Well, I don't know. Do I have the materials to make this? I do. All right, so what if I literally did that? Can I do, oh, I can. And, you know, even if that's a bad bend, I could still go back one. Oh, well, that'll make things so much easier, because that's exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to literally have these, the only one that's going to have room for a foundation open for it, for a pipe, is going to be this one here. The rest of these are going to be right up on it. Now, so regardless if I do it this way or if I have it rotated, let's say that way, and, you know, bump it up back to back to back. Well, no, actually, you know what? Let's do it that way. Then actually, we'll do. Let me think here. Which way do I want to have this? So it's either going to go. So right on the corner, right there. Yeah, we'll do it that way. With the feed pipe on the back side. Okay, so. Now let me go ahead and back up and get over my power line here, and let's go put down 20 of these. So that's 2. If my fingers will cooperate here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And the reason why I chose 20 partially is because of exactly this, where the foundation ends. So now, okay, so I'm actually pleasantly surprised on that, and how that actually, that part measured up nicely. And now that I know I can do that little, you know, feed the pipe through the other fuel generator's boundary area, that'll be nice. All right, so next thing we gotta do is get this run the rest of the way, or foundationed out, and actually we're gonna do it this way. You come up here, and I'm gonna try to put this so it doesn't tag the that doesn't attach itself, just because I'm not trying to tap into the power. I need to be able to float, and this is a good place to put this. It's kind of difficult to put down foundations and power simultaneously, as you know, it's like you have to keep on switching between what you want to build, and it just gets off, you know, messes up the rhythm. All right. Now, what made this a lot easier actually is if these things here actually could daisy chain down the line, that would be so nice. Because it would make this a lot easier, because then I technically would have plugged into them. Actually, no, I think if I would have plugged into it, I think it may have tripped a breaker because it's not generating any power. So, alright, so now that I've got floating power on the edge here, we're going to go ahead and build this foundation out. And the reason we're doing 6 out, oops, zoom mode please, go 9 please, and then 10s. The reason we're doing 6 wide on this is I want the train station is going to run dead center on the middle, or the train line is going to run dead center in the middle. That's 4 foundation blocks. Then I want a foundation block on that side just so I could potentially walk around it, and then a foundation side block on this side, just, you know, before it goes underneath the floor. Alright, but the fun part of this, like I said, is as far as the train stations are concerned, or the freight station, not the train station, the freight stations are 2 foundations in length, which is 16 meters. These guys here are 20 meters in length, which is 2 foundations, and right here 2 foundations and 2.5 foundations. So because of that, it kind of throws off the alignment of you know, of station to generator, you know, except for the pipe runs. So what I'm probably going to do is go to the center point and then work my way sort of both directions. Alright, so my center here on this would be, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is my center point here. I'm gonna just do a I don't have my pillars, so I guess I'll do a wall. So that's my center point there. And so I'm gonna, now I gotta do 10 train stations this way, so that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this will be the edge of the, this is where the first freight station would go. So right here is where the actual train station would go. Excuse me. However, if I measure from here, we got 2 power plants. So in theory, if I measure back the same way, the last train station where I put a wall up, there should be 2 power stations to the right of it. Let's find out. That's 1, 2, 3, and that damn little lag there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So right there. Perfect. Okay. So we know where the train station is gonna go. Because you do have, there are things, you got these spacers for the train stations. The problem is with these, they're the same length as a train station itself, so unfortunately I can't just put out one of these to, you know, space things out. At most, what I could potentially, and the other thing you got to take, you know, so it's either a train station or spacer. Each is on a 2 foundation width or length, however you want to call that. So even if I did have some of those in here to space them out, it's not really gonna do much as far as the, you know, having the pipes be nice and straight up and down, because that's what I'd want to do. The only way to do that, and that is this, there's one option that I could consider here, maybe. Let me think about this for a moment. I need to grab me something to drink real quick, so I'll be back in just a moment. And I may tweak this design just a hair. We'll see. So be right back in a moment. All right. So actually, before I do this and consider some alternatives with respects to how I lay this out, let me go get the material to actually make a train station. Yeah, I'll catch a ride with you. You'll get me partially there. You should be departing. Oh wait, I swear to God, you just okay. I was gonna say, I thought you already docked. But yeah, let me get the material to build out the train station first. Because there's two options I'm looking at. Which would be kind of one of them. Would be it cuts into potential future expansion, and then the second one, which I may, if I did do it, it would be comical ish. All right. So what we need. So let me get my shopping list here. So I need one of these, and I will need 20 of these. And then, just in case, let me grab a couple of these as well, I suppose. It won't hurt to have, take some of these with me, and go ahead and grab enough material for, I don't know, 10 segments of rail. Because I don't need, we're not building the rail station just yet, or the rail line. But because that's going to be another endeavor in itself. All right, let it do its autosave thing. All right. Now, granted, right now I'm basing the initial train station layout on, just a midpoint. That, if I keep the original design as it is, may change the shift a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. All right, so heavy modular frames. I think I've got a stockpile over here. Actually, you're making, no wait, are you making heavy modular frames? I don't remember. What are you making? You're the heavy modular frames, but you're not making any excess anymore, so I'm gonna have to eventually get another assembly line for this up, I believe. All right, and then I got, let's see, what all do we need here? Okay, so steel beams, I got some surplus coming into this. Actually, I don't need that many steel beams. That was just for the train track itself. Concrete. Just grab some extra because I may want to do some foundation stuff. Steel pipes. Grab another stack of that. Let's see. Motors I got upstairs. Computers I got upstairs. Let me grab some more steel plates, or iron plates, I should say. Has this thing filled back up all the way? It has, good. Just grabbing some more of these in case I want to do some more foundation work on the other side as well. And then actually, nope, go over here. So we get some more computers. and then some more motors. All right. I'm not worried about putting up or actually setting up the train car right now because oh, and you know something else I need. I need just a look-see. Let me get some stuff for some piping. So grab me 100 of those, and then obviously I'm gonna need pipe supports, which we got on that. Okay, copper and plastics. And is it? Hey, doggo. Plastic right there. And how much do I need of that? 1 stack will do. Okay. All right, now let's just see if we get lucky and are able to catch a train leaving the station. All right. Well, there. Oh hell, you know what? We'll go backwards, and if a train leaves and we're not there, we can hop on it. Okay, we'll catch a ride with you. All right, so go ahead and set out this train station as we've initially got it laid out first. I kind of want to see how the freight station pipes line up, because what I may do is, they said, adjust. Well, if we go with one of the alternate options. All right, so train station is gonna go that way, right on that foundation layout right there, right? Yeah, right there. All right, now fluid platform on that side there. Give me some more altitude and back me up some so I can see this. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. All right, so that would be the layout for the station. Now, if we go, we just throw a couple holes in the floor here just to kind of get an idea. Oops, that's a wall on the floor, and it doesn't need a. I'm just gonna put it right on it just for the moment, just to get a gauge of what we're looking at underneath here. So, go ahead and give me a foundation underneath here. So now, well, if we go with this alternate method, so the two alternate methods of building this out. So with this method, well, so I should say this: the current method here, initially these pipes will, have to shift over left or right before they can do their straight shot. The benefit of this layout is I have room for expansion that way, up until, where am I at? So I want to say, let me pull up let me look at the map here. The world border of the map from where I am facing, the world border of the map is, and actually I don't, hold on. Yeah, so the world border basically is on a diagonal line going that way. So I've got room, I can build up to roughly, and also, unfortunately, my foundation is not directly parallel to that, so, but I can build up to, roughly this deep water area here, and be okay. And right now, our foundation that I've built back is roughly at the tip of this. So I've got plenty of room to build back. I mean, according to the measurement for putting the map measurement tool, right now I've built back roughly 15 or 16 foundations back. I can build back to a total of, actually let me look at it over on this side, that's the more important side, is on the short side, I can build back roughly 50 foundations would be about my limit. And so if you think about it, 50 foundations is what I have built across right now, and that lets me put 20 down. So if I do a 50 foundation by 50 foundation, we're talking 400 power generators here. So that's good, as far as expansion that way is concerned. Option number 2, which cuts back on how many I can build, but basically what it would be is these would be offset in that I would have a fuel generator, let's say like offset here, and I would have a gap here, and so I could actually have these fuel generators kind of lined up, sort of, with the pipe on the outgoing pipe. But in doing that, I essentially cut my expansion capacity in half going this way. Now granted, I'm not going to make it near to 400 fuel generators. That's, well, I don't plan on doing that. But that is an option, is the offset thing. And so let me just so just for sake of curiosity, let me just take out a couple. Let me clear these pipe things here. So the whole offset thing, it would be something. Like, so if we keep this train station as it is and it doesn't move, then that's our pipe there. Flip that around, take it to the edge. That should be in alignment with that, roughly, I think. I can't tell from here. No, I think I'm off by one grid, or one line. I think I can't not tell. because of how I did the foundation. It's that's on that solid line there. Let me do this. Let me have this so it's, and of course it's turning nighttime, so now it's going to get even more difficult to see this thing. Okay, so that's the right orientation. Okay, so so they are in line with one another. So then the second one would be on the same alignment, and so I could actually do him. So basically my alignment is this here, turn him like that, and I'm trying to take him just, actually let me do it this way so I can actually see. So my alignment is on, what line am I on here? So that line there. So I could have it be like that, and basically and then theoretically, I don't know, let's see if this actually lines up. If this, let me see if this alternation pattern works. So no, I'd have to move this back a little bit further. So let me just move that back so it's actually even with that. I thought I could squeeze it in there, but no. So I'm on that line there. I'll move it back till it's even with his border, so right there. And then this guy here will be on that line there, so he gets on that yellow. That yellow is fine because that's just it's clipping because of the telephone pole. And so it would be a pattern similar to this, staggered back and forth, which it's okay, I suppose. I mean, but again, you lose half your I lose half my expansion. The other option, and this is the comical option, is this. Let me see here. I'll take it up to about this height here, maybe a little bit higher. And then let me see how this foundation cuts through this. Come on, get on this side, guy. There you go. So this would actually technically be a roof, not a normal foundation. Maybe. And so doing something, so the bottom one would be offset just like it is there, so space out that way, and then the top one would be, let's see, our output pipe is that there. Wait, hold on, which is, no, this one here. Left is output from this orientation. So, whoops, it'll be basically, I want to say, actually, let me get on this side here now. Line it up with a blue hole, I think is, it's tough to, this thing is tough to line up when, okay, let's do this. Let's get in front of the blue hole directly, because then when I back up, come on, that should help me out. So if I back straight up, provided I can do that, but it would be sort of like that. So, oh snap! Oh, watch out! Yeah. You don't want to go swimming, buddy. So, I don't know. Now, the disadvantage to this is obviously pumping up the oh, and that's actually something else I gotta take in consideration. And actually, no, that will. How much? I think I've got enough. Do I give myself enough room for this? That's one thing I didn't take in consideration. And damn it, do I have enough to make one as a demo? Or to test something out? I think I have modular frames over here. Yeah. And I forgot about the fluid buffer. I need a fluid buffer. There'll be one fluid buffer per generator. Because I need to have those are heavies. Son of a bitch, I don't have any. But I can still see even though I can't place it, I can still see the placement of it. So this here would clip through even at that level, because I'm technically half a meter below, and that clips through. So I'm not going to do that because I don't want that clipping. Let's see. And if I do a back-to-back, you know, so as far as, let's just say for the sake of argument, if I do the straight line procedure here, so I'm just looking here to see, let me, because unfortunately without being able to build it, let me see something here. So encroaching, okay, so encroaching is red, okay. So if it's encroaching, it'll give me an error, or that's unbuildable. But if it turns yellow, or if it says overlapping, okay, so so it gives you that. So I can't build this like here, because if I could, it still wouldn't work. So I'm technically going to need some space. So let me just see here. Oops. So if I have this guy, let's say, so that's right up against each other. If I give it, let's say, that much room, just out of curiosity. Okay, so that is technically buildable, and that would theoretically allow you to drop down. But again, you actually have to push out some. So if I go with, here's the thing: is that even if I go this route, well, now here's the deal: if I go this route or the offset route, what can happen is, because there's not going to be a power station or fuel generator right next to it, I can actually have this, you know, be off to the side, sort of, you know, in this little area right here or over here. But now if I'm going to do that, I'm actually going to want my train station lined up with the fluid buffer, not the train station, or not the fuel generator. Yeah, I'm thinking about going the comical route, just because. Because what we would do, well, granted, this is a little bit further down the road, but yeah, we would only go up 2, and so what it would look like eventually. Now, the question is could I get a fluid buffer in this area here? No, because that's the, you got to remember, you're going to be going. These will be potentially crunched back to back. Now if they are crunched back to back, let me see something here, because The offset we're doing is just for being able to align them with the train station. So if we do a back-to-back like that, let's say. And if I had my fluid buffer right here, okay, so that's encroaching, so it could go in the right in that area there. Yeah, but that pipe there, I don't know if the pipe would give me a good bet. You know, I need to go get some modular frames so I can just throw out some of these. So let's do this. Give me enough stuff here for, we're doing 80 of those, do 80 of those. Because I don't mind doing the double stack like that, because it will get walled in and, you know, and all that, and it's doing the double stack like that still allows you for the expansion further back, as opposed to the offset version. All right, so what's on our build list? Well, actually, so we haven't offload. We haven't. You know, I can go ahead and get rid of. Why did I? What the? Did I? Huh? I put down my. Did I actually put 20? I don't. I'm scratching my head on that. I already laid out the freight platforms. I don't know why I put that there. I really don't. And actually, I don't need that. So, and actually, with that being said, I don't need this either. Oops. We'll go ahead and clear that off. I'm scratching my head on why I put the 20 freight stations on there. Unless I did that initially by accident and didn't clear it. Maybe that's what it was. Who knows? All right, so let me go ahead and grab some stuff for some buffers, just to, you know, test out some stuff. But I'm thinking about the double stack, because the only thing with the double stack is you have to put it up. I mean, they're all going to have pumps, and because what I can do also with the double stack, since I'm technically going to have a, well, I'll figure that part out. As far as the pump version, because I'd almost be tempted just to straight splitting under the ground, versus, you know, take it up, you know, like for the upper level, taking it up to the upper level and then splitting down the row. Just because. What are we here for? Copper sheets. Now, the one downfall for the double stack version is obviously we have to build out a full modular frame, a full second foundation level. Actually, you know what? That's true. That's that. We'll go with exactly what I want. So I don't know. Because I need to take a look at something with respects to the lower offset version, and it's in the fluid buffer. Because essentially what I would do now, like I said, is I would change the layout so that the fluid buffer was more in line with the output from the train station. Then have the power generators shifted accordingly. Because personally, I would like, you know, so let me see. Okay, let me get rid of. Okay, so that's the offset version. All right, so let me do a test here with this fluid buffer, because regardless of which route I go, well, no, because now the offset version, there's plenty of room for the fluid buffer in line with the station. So you have that benefit there. The regular stacked version, if you will, this type of, or straight line version, single layer level. The fluid buffer, let's see how this actually, how it would, and so on the straight line level, or so right there, that's gonna be a problem because if you put it here, you know, as you're talking about, whoops, let me let it auto save first. Now, there's an option. There's an additional option with the fluid buffer. If we do the straight single floor version, that's not offset, and what that is basically wipe the entire foundation out, raise it up another 4 meters, or hell, if we're gonna go that far, we could raise it up so I could use this if I wanted to. But so if we do this stacked version, like, or straight line version like this, I cannot put a fluid buffer in this section here in any orientation whatsoever. That kind of hampers that option. So if we wanted to go this route, like I said, I'd need to raise the foundation level up at least, well, no, actually technically I don't have to raise the foundation up. I do have another option, and that is, because we haven't gone too far yet on this, we drop this foundation down right there, another foundation segment. Then this can technically fit here. Well, it would actually probably be more in like would be. Damn it! My power pole went bye-bye, and I don't know why that changed either. I love when the hotkeys just randomly change for you. But anyhow, so the actual buffer would actually, it wouldn't be in line like this, but it would be turned as such, because this here, when it does its line feed, basically it would split off and then the other side would go up. So we could still have it drop that low, but that doesn't, it's, yeah, for foundations it's not clipping through the foundation where it's visible. Now if we did, like I said, the offset version, that is easy. I can do pretty much a buffer in line with it on this level or down below, either or. Now if I wanted to do this version here, so let me go ahead and get rid of this guy for the moment. If I went with this version here, where it was offset on a stacked level, I have the room for the fluid buffer on the side, but it would be right up on it just like that. I technically have the room. Whoops! Oh, I have the room for the fluid buffer here, but it's this here is what I was hoping to kind of avoid. I was hoping, if possible, that I could have it so it was basically, you know, the smokestack, because all these smokestacks are going to be in a row. Then again, the smokestack, the smoke stack here, it's not perfectly centered. However, that's easily, that can actually be adjusted, because it will be in the same spot every time, but still, regardless, this here would stick out. So I don't want to have I don't want to do, you know, I don't want this, because I was hoping to actually, you know, have it so at a glance, you know, you just see a whole row of smokestacks down this, and then you'd have a whole stack of smokestacks up here. But you know, with that fluid buffer in the way, that kind of ruins that image, because unless now there so the well, actually no, because that's, you know, if I dropped it down to foundation, well no, because that actually doesn't make any difference if I drop it down to foundation or not. Actually that well, would it? So if that was dropped down to foundation, let me just see here. So if this was dropped down to foundation, not I mean, not the fluid. I mean, the entire thing would be dropped down to foundation. I think the center line there. So the top of it would be there. I mean, so technically, you know, this here would have a little roof like that on top of it. So I mean, technically, you do have the visual of the you'd have the visual of the smokestack layers. It just, again, the big pain in the ass here is shifting over the shifting everything over, and also got to take in consideration. So this guy here, let me look at this. So if we go with this route, so that is actually, go ahead and get rid of that for a minute. If we go this route there, and I think I need to go back 2 at a minimum, because I think actually, you know, here's something I never tried. If I go back 1, if I change to noodle mode, because auto won't do it, but will any mode do it? Okay, so if we go to noodle mode, and then if I go straight down from there, actually that's actually off. I was drifting when I shot that. Is that right? No, but actually, no. See, okay, so actually that right there won't work, because I just now, yeah, because of that thing right there, because it actually would be right there, I believe. So this version clearly wouldn't work because, well, I'm not going to have this, you know, do a clip through just to get that. So but I think we'll go with the offset version then, the single floor offset. Because I gotta take into consideration, well, actually, so the single floor offset is definitely, they won't clip into each other's whatchamacallits. Now the other, so there's one other option, and that is if I did this downstairs. So if I have that underneath the floor, like such, and I would have this lined up so it would basically just come straight up underneath the thing, that could technically work with that. Because as far as the train, as far as these are concerned, these don't have to be any, I don't have to technically align them with the train stations. I can get this aligned, since it's going to be the same pattern over and over. I can get it aligned so that I could get a clean, on the, you know, have this shift over literally one square, so that it, I could have the smokestack, you know, line of smokestacks and then line of smokestacks, because in this offset pattern that it's being used, it should always be the same. Well, yes and no, because that's actually on that wall. And that, no, so yeah, so it's same wall. So all I got to do is literally shift the generator over one foundation over, and then, you know, same thing, rinse, repeat, shift, and then obviously those get reset. The drop down here would still happen in that segment there. And then that there would basically be coming down right there. Wouldn't be any interference whatsoever with these guys. And hell, if I wanted to, I could actually put the fluid buffer here as well. And I can put the fluid buffer for the, well, see, now here's the thing is, because the fluid buffers could all be kind of hidden on this level here, or I can just do it, have it standardized and have all the fluid buffers underneath here, which I think is probably what I would probably go for, maybe, yeah. Because when everything is said and done, what's going to happen is these guys here, when they do eventually feed out, they're going to feed out into, you know, we'll have a wall here that'll be going down, and then we'll have the old hole in the wall thing, so there won't be anything visible down here. This entire thing will be sealed off. Okay, so I think that's think that, yeah, so that'll work and it'll be comical. Now, the only thing I kind of wish is that this was in a different orientation, or not, you know, because I don't know. I mean, it's not like you can, you know, this ladder is going to be useless, obviously. So unless I came up, you know, what I may do just because is do an additional 1 meter, because in going this route here, we're not going to have a foundation here. It's actually going to be a roof going across it. So this roof is going to go across like that, and you know, all the smokestacks will stick out like that. So I'll probably end up doing that, and then same thing up here. I'll do a 1 meter on top of this, just so that platform isn't there, because that platform, it just, you know, if the ladder was there or wasn't there, I'd say sure, I'd let the platform go. But with the ladder there, it kind of messes up my it just, you know, I don't know, I don't like the look of it personally. So this I can live with. Like I said, we'll shift it over so it's centered. Yeah, so I think that's now it's a matter of getting the fluid buffers positioned in such a way so these pipes to the fluid buffers, and well, the generators are going to be shifted over based on the fluid buffers, because we'll have the fluid buffers down here, straight line, and then we'll have a junction that feeds into each of the fluid buffers, junction and a valve set, just so there's no backflow of fuel. The pumps won't be a problem because the pumps will be coming out of this, and there's plenty of room here for the pump to hook up to. And then they'll go now. Hopefully the floor hole things don't break shit, because so once I get that initial one laid out and ran, actually this one and the offset on the second floor, once those are initially ran, everything else should basically be, you know, the same position on everything. So yeah, I think we got a plan here. All right, so with that being said, now we gotta go erase all this shit here so we can implement this new plan. All right, so we'll do first floor first. Get rid of all this foundation material for the moment, and just wipe out random foundations. Yeah, so this will look interesting. But it'll be par for the course for my build. I mean, hell, right there. that tells you a lot about my building. All right, now before am I overflowed already? All right, before come on, damn it. Before I go full blown and do this, Let me, damn it. Let me figure out how far back we're going, because we're going 4 back. Let me just go ahead and get this, just go do a quick, oh shit. Did I delete the power line? I must have. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and delete you though. Let me see how far back, these 4 generators will sit. Oh, come on. No, you're going right there, buddy. Alright, so... Yep, going down. Yep. Alright, so give me some more power over here so I can do this stuff. Alright, so they'll come back to that point there. So for time being, this is our brake line. And don't delete that, because you don't have room to delete it. Actually, you may have room to delete 1. So delete 1 square. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. Okay, go ahead, delete that one. All right, so but it was 5 off. So I'll go ahead and delete the same thing over there. But that's also going to give us our initial layout for the lower foundation for the water buffers. Crash landing. Alright, so 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at this point, this guy here, go ahead and just delete him. So that's, I'll at least know where our breakpoint is, or how far back we need to build the lower foundation. And we're going to build the lower foundation based off of this foundation, not this foundation. I'll go ahead and wipe those out. Actually, don't wipe them out just yet, because I don't want random crates just appearing in the water. Or, you know, so go ahead and build out some foundation material down here, so that way you can take back this stuff without having excess. All right. Now, the one thing that kind of sucks, well, that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. I've got power here, so is I'm technically swimming here, which kind of sucks. That's why I like this. But I'll have power poles up top set up so I can what you call it, do what I need to do. Now my foundation on the bottom doesn't need to go out that far, beyond the track. So for the time being, I'll just go that far. And then what I'll do is I'll run a couple segments of pipe initially, just so I can have an alignment of for where I want to put the fluid buffers. Because it's going to be the way the run's going to go is it's going to be a straight line with junctions. Each junction will have a valve, then a fluid buffer, and then a pump. And that's just to ensure that the fluid buffers don't backfill onto the main line. So the first valve coming off the lower junction will prevent that, and then obviously the pump is going to be needed to either get up here or get up to the second tier. Hey, how did you miss that? Fill that in. Listen, actually, so there's actually a couple things I got to do first. Oh, so this is gonna be a little bit trickier than I thought, actually, because the fluid buffers will be tied into the, you know, what? Maybe no, not necessarily. So we're coming straight off the train station. Then we're going to tap into the fluid buffers. The fluid buffers are going to be aligned in such a way that they'll basically be going close to straight up to their power plant. So it'll be interesting trying to get this alignment set up, especially with the water, unfortunately, because it's tough to see the guide marks on the foundation. All right, so this is our train station, so we'll go just a couple more just so I can have a room to walk on. All right, so there's our initial base foundation. We can build it out further as we need, because we zoomed on 10, so we got it out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we're almost at the edge, because I cut back on foundations based on that. So there's actually 10 foundations is exactly what that is right there. All right, so let me do this. Oh yeah, look, that's where I cut some power cables. Yeah, I'm gonna need some floating capability to do what I'm gonna do here. So go ahead and give me some floating power over here. So the key is try to get one upper and one lower placed, or at least initial alignment. Because after that, it should be, you know, I can see what the distances are and all that. All right, so I'm gonna come off of this guy here, and we're just gonna give this a straight line run, and then go up 1 or 2. I think 2. Actually, you know what I should have done here? Let me do this. That's closer. So I think it's gonna slant either way. So unless, let's do it this way. Have it come from here, but take it down to the first level, and we're gonna run now from the ground level. Are you clipping? I can't see. I want to go more under the water so I can see. All right, I think that's gonna be okay. Right, so then from that point there, we'll run a straight line down the row, for example. Let's see, and we'll have the power plants shifted that way, I think. Yeah, so we'll have the power plants shifted this way. So what I need to do is, okay, we gotta get a power plant positioned so I can see its one, because I want its smokestack in a certain position. So I want it needs to be centered. So center line is what we need. So if we run center line on that and actually push it back, does it need to be back one? Let me see something here, because I think the wall connection's on the outside, right? Yeah, so that's fine. All right, so let's say for the sake of argument, that is our first line. So, and our pipe connection, and actually let me get a second generator here just to make sure I don't clip the, what you call it. So then we do our hole right there. And then let me just see here. Okay, so actually, you know what? I've never really used the noodle, but I think I'm gonna start using it more often because that's a more I don't know. It's because the other version, it just looks goof. I don't know. It's how to describe it. It is so auto is matching the auto matches the horizontal to vertical. So it's that little lip ups and down, that that little bend. But actually we're gonna go with that. Screw it, because that's what I typically use everywhere. We'll use noodle if and when needed. All right, so now what I can do is, if that's where that is, now let me see here how a fluid buffer, because we may have to move it over another foundation because you do have a limitation on junctions. Because that there, well, that was a clear miss. Let's try that again. So we want it roughly on that line there, I think. And that was another clear miss. Jesus. And actually, I just noticed that foundation, well, that's also part of the problem. This foundation was built on the wrong foundation. Let's try redoing this foundation first. Oh, there, what? There's sand here? Really? That doesn't look like sand. Well, you gotta remember this is swimming water, but a fluid buffer is not going to go there anyhow. But autosave. I didn't see the sandbar there. I mean, I don't think that's really not going to make that big of a difference. I hope. Cross our fingers. Oh, autosave. I didn't realize there was a sandbar here. Well, cross our fingers that it doesn't interfere with the fluid buffers. Alright, so okay, now let's try this again. That's our alignment there. So right there. Now the problem is, in the past, I'm pretty sure it's going to do it again. Oops, no, that's a pump. I can't put a junction right here. I mean, I could place the junction here. I can't connect the pipe here. Oh, it let me. Wow. Okay. I thought it was going to give me an issue because I've had, in the past, it'd be like pipe length too short. So I guess that's just the perfect pipe length. Okay. Well, let's see how the rest of this goes. Let me do one row or column. I don't know what you want to, I don't know if this is a row or column. I guess it all depends on your orientation. Oops. Hey. Alright, so let's go ahead and do 2 more of these because we're only going 4 back for the time being. So with that being said, This guy would go there. This guy would go there, and then this guy would go. Because we're doing essentially the even plus 2. So even 1, 2. That's our and the reason for that is if we do expand, you know, further out later on, you know, it won't get the rail or the edge of the next one won't it won't go through the footing, if you will. All right, so the rest of it I think will be fine. I didn't see any sandbars elsewhere. It's just gonna be the sandbars in this general area that I'm concerned with. This is the last one there, so I'm just gonna excuse me, build this out so I can come straight out here. And now, oops, I'm not going to have this one just bend straight into the buffer because it's at the end of this line, because we want to, you know, like I said, leave room for expansion. This is going to be this will be the tricky one here because of that sandbar, possibly. But now that we have the we have our first one, as long as well, provided I get in alignment with the hole above it, which I didn't check on this one. Okay, that looks good. So, all right. So, I mean, we're only just filling the fluid buffer up with, you know, seawater right now. No big deal there, right? All right. You did do I just had a feeling it was going to do something like that. It's unlike conveyor belts where you can sometimes do a quick double click. That one just didn't want to do it cleanly. Now, there's a good chance I'm going to have to rerun, delete and redo these pipes, just because I've had problems with the hole connectors lately. And so then this guy here, I can't afford it, but it can fit. That's the key. As long as it can fit here, that's good. So, all right. So that, I think, is how we're gonna do it. And then, like I said, the offset or the upper level one will be essentially based on this. It will be center line on this. I'm sorry, wait. Yeah, hold on. No, because that's right. We're using up. So, train station +1, train station +2 foundations. So, yeah. So, train station. So yeah, I just something I just wanted to see there. Yeah. So we're gonna center the power plant on this, or no, sorry, the power plant will be centered on this. So let me go ahead and just get an initial foundation set for this, and I think so. We did that +1. And actually, I can have now. Here's the thing: is I don't actually have to have it go way up there. Speaking of way up there, as far as this one's concerned, I just need it high enough to clear that, because you figure this is gonna be our center line, this is our pipe run, so at least we'll do at least 3. But I'm not gonna do 1 meter segments for this small area, or for this here. We'll do a 1 meter segment. You know, the 1 meter segment will be to clear that and the upper smokestack, but for this foundation, so if I go ahead and do a line, go ahead and just give us our line all the way out. All right, because then the generator, if everything is going to match up with how I'm anticipating it, two, three, four, okay. And then we need our pipe cover. Pipe cover here on the grate, right? Yeah, no, just past the grate. Which actually, why? Oh no, cause yeah, never mind. I just wasn't thinking about something there. So all these come down like so, and then one. Now for this here, which the good news is, you know, they're all in the same spot, should be at least. So this guy here is right there, and then right. Well, not there. How about we go to the correct spot? Right there. There. Oh, yeah. Okay. So actually, that there. So it's going to be basically in alignment with what? Yeah, so pretty much in alignment with the other holes we did here. So center line here. Excuse me a second. Oh, gotta love door-to-door salesmen. Yeah, so this guy here goes there, and then this guy here goes there, this guy here goes there, and then that would go down as such. Oh damn, you know what? Oh, there's one thing I forgot that I wanted to put in place here. I suppose there's another way I could do it, because I wanted to put a valve here, because that's the one thing I'm a little concerned with is backflow. Yeah, so I would damn it, I would need to push this over one segment. Or yeah, I think I'm okay with doing this. So actually, let me do this here. Oops. So we're gonna have a wall here. Forgot about that. So let me go ahead and get this connected. I totally forgot about the wall. Where's my on that line there? I don't have a wall connector set up on the hotkey. So the wall connector is actually set up and get up in the air, get up, fly, you gotta do jetpack, come on. So wall connector here, so I gotta take in consideration the actual foundation. So we'll do the wall connector there. It'll be a slight decrease on this, but what I'm thinking about doing, which I can do and leave. Oh wow, that was off. What the hell was I aiming at? Let's try that again. I think that's supposed to go right there. So what I think I'll do, because it's an easy fix keeping this all in alignment. And it's just unfortunately the pipe's not going to be perfectly straight going down the row initially. Basically what we would do is we would come out here a little bit and it would do a slight little bend, but it would be the same on all of them. So if I came like so, whoop, don't get in the water. Because that won't encroach on this. And it's easier, I think, than going upstairs and reshifting all that stuff again. Just because I already have these pipes connected and all that. So easy fix. Like I said, just a minor adjustment. And so there's a couple things we're actually going to do here. So I'm going to leave this. So what's going to happen here? Like I said, minor adjustment. Hopefully this is enough for the valve, because the valve is relatively short. So oops, that's a pump. Okay, so the valve will fit down here. Cool. Actually, I got material for the valve. Okay. We'll come back and do all valves simultaneously. So, because this is just an initial test layout. Okay. Alright, cool. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this segment here, just because I don't need that extra stuff. But we got the junction there, so it can be used later on for expansion. Alright, so now, with that being said, so we're going to repeat the same process on this, and it should, I mean, you know, if there was a blueprinting cheating way of doing it, you know, I wouldn't say cheating, but I'm not using any mods, but I wish they had a in-game blueprinting schematic copying type thing. So that goes there. He turns here and turns on that line, like like so. So it's mimicking that. We run this guy down here. Oh, there's something else actually I want to do too. I forgot. And then run him. Give me some foundation out here. Oops. Yeah, unfortunately, flashlight doesn't help much at night because light going through water or glass, that part, I think they can need a little bit more work. All right. So one thing I forgot to do here. Where's my junction at? This guy and this guy and this guy gotta go bye-bye. So we have one continuous pipe, no actual pipe break. Then we got our alignments. Now, with that being said, since I've changed, so actually here we go. Center line is on that ladder. Okay, so see, here's hoping this works. Well, I mean it'll work. It's just question is how good can I get my alignment. Okay, that's good because actually that junction is giving me a guideline, so that's good. All right, now with that, this here will give me my junction points for this. All right, then we'll go ahead and connect that and connect that. And then connect these. And then break this one and that and that. Have this come over. So it's one continuous pipe. And basically we would rinse and repeat the rest of the way down. Now as far as up here is concerned, so just finishing up the buttoning portion of it, this would come up to here, you know, for example, and then this guy here come up to there, and you know this would be walled off basically, you know, so it would be a nice square foundation of sorts, and then we would have this guy, our 1 meter wall at this point, because we want to clear the that whatchamacallit, because again it's that damn ladder. If it wasn't for that ladder, you know, because they don't have custom holes that you can, you know, put in the ground like that. So that's centered there. Because again, if I, you know, for the sake of argument, I'm gonna leave the ladder up on this one for a second. I didn't do the 1 meter on this yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of torn though. Even though the ladder, you know, is kind of a goofy thing right there. I kind of like having this grate there, because the grate actually is, yeah, you know, that's screw it. We'll do it with the damn grate. Damn it. Because it gives it a little bit more substance, if you will. So we'll go ahead and do the grate version. Alright, so go ahead and pull off these 1 meters. Come on, get in position. There you go. And then like over here, we'd also have these walls. So this wall would come up to that roof, like so. And then obviously it would go down all the way. So then, you know, from the train tracks or from, you know, whatnot, all you'd see is a person whose jetpack is dying and he's falling to his death. Here, give me a... Oops, I'm not on that. Here, come here, Powerful. I need you over here so I can fly. So, you know, when all is said and done... Now, I don't like this here. Not a particular fan of that line there because this I'm not a fan of this roof style, you know, just because it's one-sided per se is with respect to that. You know, if I had the roof turned, you know, if I did the roof this way, you know, that would cover that, but then, you know, it's like I'm just... But and see, here's the thing: if I do the roof this way, right? That's weird in itself, but you know, then it would be uneven over here. And so if I decided to have, you know, if I wanted to do it, I mean, the only way to really, you know, this is kind of goofy in my mind, is this, like this guy here, or actually. Let me see if I don't even know if I can do it, but it's have them overlap one another, which to me looks goofy also. But I mean, it can sometimes, you know, glitch out when you do this. So if I do something like that, then that's kind of an interesting pattern. I've had problems in the past where I've had it where it's like flickering and glitching, but that's actually kind of a cool pattern, quite honestly. That's not what I expected, to be quite honest with you. Problem is, I don't know if, no, I mean, they haven't, I don't know, that's just weird. Now, on this side, and I don't know, it's weird. But because then going down this way, we'd want the gray end along the wall so it doesn't, you know, stick out, or so it covers up the orange spot. Same thing on that side, and then here in the center, see, now this is where it's like you can either do, unless you do a double roof, you know, you're gonna have an offset pattern, so you could go this way. Which I mean, that works, I suppose. But then again, it doesn't quite look flat, does it? And if you go, let me see here, is the challenge with doing something like let's see, that, which is trying to get it, so in order to get the other side. It's got to find the magic spot. Well, it sucks though because you're using twice as much material, but and then I don't know if I'd fill this in or what, but yeah, I mean, other than that ladder bugs me, but other than the ladder, I think this would be kind of a cool little design. And actually what it looks like is looks like a little mini Gatling gun barrel sticking out of the roof. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to do this. Is you got room for expansion, so again, I've got room probably up to that sandbar over there. I think that's the mainly because that's where my I'd run into a problem running the whatchamacallit, but I've got plenty of room down that way to expand this, you know. So this is going to be 80, and with the node that I have available for some stuff, I can actually push this to 200 if I really wanted to, which would be a 20 by or 50 by 50 block, and that's off of oddly enough a small amount of resources. I was actually quite shocked on that, and it actually kicks out a lot of, well, granted, if you've got 200 of them, it is going to kick out a lot of power, because a 200 block gives you like 30,000. Yeah, 30,000. This block here is going to give me 12,000 once I get it done. I mean, it's not like I need the power, but I want to have an alternate power source available in the event my nuclear stuff melts down. Plus, I need to get rid of my oil refinery power plants in the Spire Coast, just because, well, I visited the location in the experimental build, and let's just say my bases have been, or the refinery has been overgrown with a lot of stuff, trees, rocks, and stuff like that. All right, so we will. So we got a plan now. So we just got to do another 18 rows, and I think we're going to be good to go with this. Well, with this portion, we still need to set up the sending side, because this is obviously the receiving side. So we need the sending side is actually going to be, once the autosave is done, over there where my existing fuel generators are. And so the train's going to run right along the beach, you know, through here, make a turn underneath here, and send all 20 of its cars down this way, and then make a return trip and all that. And basically it's just going to rinse and repeat that cycle, just because I want to have a train carrying fuel to some fuel generators. But that's what we're going to call it for right now, and we will pick this up on the next stream. So until next time.